Hi dear friend. Glad to see you on my channel. This part turned out to be very interesting. I recommend you to watch till the end. And here is a guy who was lucky enough to be in the video. If you also want to get a chance to be in the video, then write something in the comments and maybe you will be in the next video. And I want to wish you all a pleasant viewing experience. Bloody fog, a huge amount of blood. That's what the main character saw in front of him. Comrades who begged him to escape from this battlefield, and those who even in the last minutes of their lives believed that humanity can survive. But in the end, at the very end, the protagonist was left alone. In front of him was an incredible number of strong enemies, and their leader was surprised that the protagonist was called a human god, because he looked like a real weakling. Heavenly Demon Emperor looked at the man with his creepy look and said that the god of pills cannot win. The main character's name was Qin Feng, and he was a complete zero in martial arts. With tears in his eyes, the hero confessed that he had lived for 100,000 years and had not even studied martial arts. He began to approach the enemy saying that he only had to keep fighting. The hero instantly took a pill, causing his body to emit energy, and he instantly went to fight, realizing that this would be his last battle. The protagonist pounced on one of the enemies, after which his body was instantly pierced by the hand of the creepy creature. Falling to the ground, the guy reflected on the fact that his body was talentless in martial arts, but he was an incredible alchemist. He promised himself that if he had a second chance, he would definitely do things differently. Suddenly he opened his eyes and was surprised, for he didn't realize what was happening now. He looked to the side and didn't realize where he was. He took the jade medallion in his hands, and then memories came rushing into his head, causing him to suffer a bit. The protagonist remembered this terrible day, because today was the day Lin Shuan had made the protagonist unable to learn martial arts. Then the protagonist won the competition and did not understand why his fiancée copyrightee wanted to kill him. She said that she had made a marriage contract only to temporarily join the Qin family. Then she grabbed the protagonist's face and with a haughty expression surprised that a weak man like the protagonist thought he would be worthy to be by her side. Then there was a lot of pain and disappointment in the protagonist's eyes. It was then that the hero's martial arts were destroyed and he focused on alchemy, reaching the peak of that field. But even so, he now realized that it was far from enough. He decided that he would save the world himself. He looked at the pendant and was glad that thanks to it he had a chance to start over. He got dressed and decided to focus on getting stronger. Now he was determined to reach the top. Suddenly, a man appeared, shouting that their business was not good at all. He said that the eldest son of the Lin family had invaded the medical garden and wanted to see the protagonist. The guy remembered the past in which this man showed up and humiliated the protagonist in public and took the medical garden for himself. The protagonist asked to bring him to that guy. At that time, inside the medical garden, with a haughty look, he shouted for the protagonist to come as soon as possible, and bragged about his sister's success in martial arts. The hero arrived at the place and began to mock the man, who was hiding behind his younger sister. The guy didn't expect such a thing and was shocked. The protagonist began to explain that once they broke the prenuptial agreement, this garden can't belong to them. Then the protagonist looked at the man with contempt in his eyes and said that it was wrong of him to come here. The guy was angry. He couldn't even think of what to say to him. He didn't understand why Feng had become so sarcastic. He started laughing at the hero again, saying that if it wasn't for his sister, he would have been killed long ago. He shouted that the protagonist had become ungrateful. Feng continued to laugh because even here the guy had attributed his younger sister. After that, the guards arrived and surrounded those shameless people. The guy was nervous. He did not understand what had happened to the protagonist, because before he had always been docile. He decided to remind that there was only a month left for the new Alchemist competition. The hero indifferently asked what about it, while the guy offered a bet. He said that if the hero can win he will give the family iron mine, and if he loses he will give the garden. The hero's servant thought that their master was not stupid and would definitely not agree to such a stupid bet. At that time the hero said he agreed and offered to sign a written agreement. The servant was shocked that his young master agreed. The guy was very happy about this opportunity and said that the hero would not regret what he had done. They signed the papers, after which the guy with a great mood began to leave. The servant was already in a terrible state. He thought that they were finished, while the hero was full of confidence. because he devoted more than 100,000 years to alchemy, and was sure that the enemy will crawl on his knees. A little while later, the hero was sitting and meditating, his body covered in aura. Just as suddenly, he started coughing up blood violently. Qin Feng continued to smile, thinking that although his strength was at the bottom, he had a chance to regain his strength. Warriors had 6 realms, of which the Qi and Blood realm was the weakest, followed by the Tempering realm, the Main realm, the Void realm, the False God realm, and finally the Half-God realm. Each of the realms had 5 levels. At that time the hero couldn't raise them, but now he was able to maintain the foundation and he would be able to improve. The servant came running to the protagonist again, saying that something terrible had happened. The hero arrived at the garden where all the herbs had wilted, and soon it was time to collect the medicines. The hero realized that there was no way they would be able to grow new ones. Then he began to use the transformation technique, and his body began to be covered with aura. Energy continued to burst from the body of the protagonist. After his eyes began to shine brightly, thanks to this technique, the hero noticed that in the useful herbs hidden harmful plant, which is why everything just wilted. The protagonist realized that the guy was definitely involved in this, but the protagonist was not upset. He was happy and said out loud that it was a great gift. 10 days later, the herb gatherers arrived, and the protagonist didn't even come out to meet them. The servant was shaking with fear, and he said with his last strength that his master would arrive very soon. The protagonist greeted the guys, and said that even the Patuhi had not woken up yet, and they had already arrived. The guy talked about how the hero didn't kneel before the herb gatherer and showed his disrespect. The herb gatherer from the main branch was very angry and gave the protagonist one last chance and ordered him to kneel. The servant begged the man not to be angry. Everyone knelt down, while the protagonist continued to stand on his own 2 feet with his head proudly raised. The servant begged the master to fall on his knees, because otherwise they would be in trouble. At that time, the protagonist showed his middle finger and sent everyone away. This was something they definitely didn't expect, and the picker was enraged. The protagonist with a haughty voice started saying that the man was just a spoiled chicken, and that was the reason why he wasn't going to kneel before him. The man was incredibly angry at such insolence, and then asked if the hero had prepared any herbs before acting so arrogant. The hero said that there were plenty of herbs, and they were already ready for the man. The man was incredibly angry and increased the rate of herbs as much as 6 times, saying that if he could not fulfill this rate, he would lose his head. The servant was terrified. He realized that there was no way they would collect the required amount of herbs. At that time in the past, the picker had been favored by this guy, and made a bet with this man, namely that if Feng lost, the picker would get half of the garden. He imagined the protagonist was clueless about what to do, because all the grass was spoiled. The protagonist smiled, and told the guys to follow him. 2 people who thought they had already won this battle followed the protagonist. The guy looked at the grass that had wilted. Then a smile appeared on his face and he started laughing, while the picker was incredibly angry and was going to finish off the hero. The hero touched his sword and said that it's no wonder that scum can only see garbage, and they don't pay attention to the most important things. Then he showed a huge field sown with grasses, and said that the guys should look carefully. The herbs that grew on these fields looked just magnificent, which instantly amazed everyone present. They could not believe what was in front of their eyes. The enemy couldn't believe his eyes. He thought that Feng knew absolutely nothing about herbs, and here was such a picture. The collector was shocked even more because the quality of all these herbs was at an incredibly high level, and the quantity was 5 times more than necessary. While the servant was delighted with his master, and incredibly happy, the enemy was furious, and shouted that Feng couldn't have done something like this. At that time, the protagonist thought that the lian grass would actually cause other plants to die when planted near them, but in this era, no one knows that if the lian grass is modified, it will have an extremely positive effect on other plants. The protagonist with a haughty look reminded the enemy of the dispute between them, and that he must hand over the mine. The enemy said that he wasn't going to hand over anything. He seemed confident that Feng wouldn't do anything about it. At that time, the hero showed the document that signed this genius, and if he does not fulfill the agreement, he will go to prison and for a long time. The enemy tried to seek help from the collector, but he turned away, not wanting to get involved in any way. The guy realized that he was in deep shit, so he lost consciousness. A little while later, The protagonist showed his servants their new mine, which was a gift from his dear brother Lon. The servant didn't know why they needed the mine, as their garden was much more valuable. But the hero said that he was a bit overzealous, which amazed the servant, who thought it was part of some plan. In fact, the hero remembered from his past life that this mine holds a lot of value, and he could take advantage of it. Suddenly, a man started running towards the hero shouting that something had happened at the mine. He reported that the mine had suddenly collapsed, leaving dozens of miners trapped under the rubble. At that time, outside the mine, people gathered at the rubble-filled entrance and cried for their relatives who were inside at the time. The servant was shocked by what happened. He thought that God hated them since this happened as soon as they got this place. People started pointing fingers at the protagonist and blaming his family for what happened. The guards reacted instantly, while people were saying that everything was fine in the Lin family's hands. But the hero had angered the mountain god. The people were furious and asked for their fallen kin to be returned to them. The servant was very frightened and offered the protagonist to leave, but Feng strictly refused his subordinate. He thought that it could not be a coincidence. The protagonist started to use his technique and his body became covered in a golden aura. Meanwhile, inside the cave he found people who were still alive. The protagonist realized that it wasn't inside the mine, but someone had just blown up the entrance to the mine, and instantly looked with his cold gaze in the direction where Lin was standing and grinning. It seemed obvious that he was involved in what had just happened. The protagonist began to shout that the people inside the cave were still alive, and that if the stones at the entrance were removed, they could be saved. People were crying and were very angry. They didn't believe that anyone could survive the rubble. At that time Lin began to mock the hero, saying that he was talking nonsense. People continued to attack the guards. They wanted to kill the protagonist, and the subordinates begged the hero to leave. At that time the guy looked at everyone with a creepy look, then ordered the soldiers to stop resisting and lay down their weapons, which amazed everyone. After the protagonist began to say that the loved ones of these guys still have a chance to be saved, which instantly changed the views of these people. At that time, the protagonist shouted as confidently as possible that he guaranteed the rescue of people. He also added that people can do whatever they want if they find dead bodies during the excavation. The protagonist asked if the people would agree to this. They were silent and crying, and for a while they didn't know what to say. They whispered amongst themselves, and after a moment they all got to work trying to dig out the entrance to the mine. At that time the protagonist turned to his servant. The hero's request startled the servant. At that time the enemy was watching and laughing, as he was sure that the people would not succeed. It turns out that this scoundrel placed poison in the cave, and even if people did not fall they will die under the influence of this poison. 2 hours later, the girl yelled with all her might about what they had dug through. They instantly looked inside in search of their loved ones, but they saw a horrible picture, namely that their loved ones were lying unconscious and not moving. People instantly started screaming and crying. They thought the protagonist was a liar because people were dead. At that time, the enemy intervened and reminded the people of the main character's words, namely that people can do anything they want to him. The people were incredibly angry and wanted Feng to pay for the death of their loved ones with his life. The enemy was sure that the protagonist will not be able to prove that people were poisoned. Suddenly the enemy was shocked that Feng remained as calm as possible, and was doing something. Feng ordered to shove some fruit into the people's mouths and force them to chew it. He ordered this poor servant to shove medicine mouth to mouth, which logically didn't please the kid, but he couldn't refuse. He began to perform this procedure on the bearded man. From such a picture people went crazy. How dare the hero so abuse the bodies of their loved ones? The protagonist ordered the servant to continue and not to be afraid of the people. The servant was crying, as he was sure that they would be killed for such a thing, and he gave his first kiss to the bearded man. Suddenly the man opened his eye. Then he was surprised that he was asleep and said that he had a long and very strange dream. Suddenly people were frightened because just now the dead had risen before their eyes. The man's family came to him and were incredibly happy that he had been saved. At that time the protagonist smugly said that it is not worth burying living people. It turns out that the hero is the only one who knew that there is an antidote against miasmas which poison people. The hero asked what the man remembered before he lost consciousness. He told that Lon blew up the entrance to the cave, then afraid that they could survive placed the poison, and tried to kill them. All the people who regained consciousness began to accuse the enemy of trying to kill them. The protagonist with a smile on his face said that he didn't expect that the guy was capable of such a thing, and then said that people are free to do what they want. They immediately surrounded these parasites, who were very much frightened, after which the screams of the guy and his charges were heard many kilometers away from the scene. A little while later, the protagonist went inside the mine, but could not find the item that was needed. At that time the men thanked Feng for saving their lives. They all bowed before the protagonist and said they would never forget his kindness. The protagonist was very kind to these people and decided to give them a few days off. The men said they would do whatever Feng ordered from now on. The hero asked what they had done with the enemy, and the man said that they had surrounded him, but miraculously the guy managed to escape, but he was sure that now he had no place in the city. The servant asked if they would go home, since they had done all the work. At that time the protagonist got on his horse and asked if the servant knew about the moneylenders, and he said that they were terrible people who were better not to be messed with. He said that if you take a risk and borrow from them, and God forbid not to repay the debt in time, they will come and make you an invalid, and the interest rate is too high. The servant said that only fools would ask these people for money. The servant asked what it is the hero decided to ask, and the guy said that he borrowed 500 gold pieces from them. The servant thought that the Lord was joking because he certainly does not want to take the poor servant to the grave, but it was not a joke. The servant was just in shock and panic because a normal person for a year is enough only 20 gold pieces, and the hero borrowed as much as 500. The hero said that he needed the money to take good care of the medical garden. At that time the servant decided that this time they are definitely finished, because their garden can have a maximum of 100 gold at the moment. The protagonist had hoped to pay with the miraculous ore, but he couldn't find it, and now he doesn't know how to solve this issue. The servant shouted that they are finished, and now the only thing left for them is to sell their garden, in which case their whole family will be finished. Suddenly a man's voice was heard behind him. It turned out that it was his father, who was also very happy to meet his son. The servant was about to tell that the hero borrowed money, but Feng immediately stopped him and ordered him to shut up. The hero remembered that in his previous life his father had done everything for him, literally risking his life, and this time he was going to make things right. The father showed his son the pills he had spent a lot of money on. He hoped they would help restore his son's base. The protagonist began to say that his body is already much better and not to worry so much. He realized that for the sake of these 2 pills his father worked hard. Suddenly, the man grabbed his son's hand. He was surprised because the protagonist's chi had grown. At that time Feng said that they should discuss it at home. He told his father that he had found a teacher who would teach him alchemy, which amazed the man, because he could not imagine that his son would become an alchemist. And the hero said that the teacher considered him the most talented student. The father was indescribably happy for his son. He always thought his kid was a genius, and was sure that he could not stop him so easily. Then he instantly said that he wanted to meet this teacher. The hero said that his teacher does not like outsiders, and wishes to remain anonymous. His father understood the idea and said that it is not surprising for great people. The father said he would, and then told him that it was time for him to leave. Father held out the Qin family's battle order, then said that if there was a need, the hero could use it. The father said that even though they had not seen each other for a long time, and entrusted the family to his son, he stroked the protagonist's head, while Feng thought about the incredibly important thing his father had given him, and swore to himself that he would never let his father down. A few days later, the weather was beautiful outside, and another servant was heard shouting that someone had come to see the protagonist. While Feng was amazed that the time had come so quickly, the protagonist ordered all guards to be brought in and put on alert. The protagonist was approaching the gate, with thoughts that he was about to be finished as the period of debt repayment had expired. Feng ordered the soldiers who were on alert to open the gate. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that he was ready to fight until the very end. At that time, the servant was surprised by who he saw. It was an incredibly cute and beautiful girl who came to thank the protagonist for saving her life. She said that she was a miner who was saved by the protagonist, and she came to see her future husband. The protagonist was a little embarrassed, then said that now the situation is clear. Suddenly he remembered a moment from the past, when he passed the medicine to this girl mouth to mouth, and worried whether he had not done something dirty. The protagonist asked how the girl was going to repay him for his kindness, She said she was ready to tell him where the wonderful ore was. The protagonist did not understand how the girl knew this information. The girl said that she had taken a detox pill and was conscious at the moment when the guys were hiding the ore, and was able to remember its location. The protagonist was shocked by what he heard. He didn't care about the ore. He was interested in the fact that the girl herself was able to prepare the pill. The girl was embarrassed and confessed that she had learned it from books. The protagonist was shocked. He realized that the girl had a great talent for alchemy. Feng asked her if she wanted to become an alchemist, and she confessed that she had a poor family to support, which was the reason why she worked in the mine. The protagonist promised that he would take care of her parents, and then said that all the girl needed was to become his apprentice and obey him in everything. In fact, the protagonist decided to take her because he wanted to spend more time on martial arts, and he could throw some of his worries on the girl. At that time, the girl understood everything a little differently and was very confused. She also promised to follow the protagonist. The protagonist was happy. The girl was also very happy. Feng thought he had found a great slave, while the girl thought she had found a great husband. A few days later, the protagonist decided to sell the ore to pay off his debts. The servant was incredibly shocked that they needed to sell the ore for 1,000 gold pieces, but he thought it was possible if they could find a buyer. At that time, the protagonist confessed that they needed to sell 10,000 gold worth of ores because he had miscalculated a bit. Everyone was shocked when they heard the amount because it was unrealistic to pay something like that. The protagonist said he would take care of it and asked them to trust him. In fact, the protagonist and the girl worked hard to improve the quality of the ore, even though they could do better, but the ore will definitely break up very quickly. Suddenly, the protagonist realized the gravity of the debt that he must pay, because the amount is really cosmic. As soon as the hero arrived at the largest shop, there the seller said that the pure ore looks like a jewel and this is some cobblestone. Feng called the buyer a dilettante, and said that this is really a wonderful ore, and the buyer promised that if this boulder turns out to be ore, he will bow at the feet of the hero. The owner of the place arrived and asked what all the noise was about. The merchant began to tell that a madman arrived to them, who claims that this cobblestone is a miraculous ore. As a result, the protagonist and his servant were kicked out of the store, saying that they don't accept fakes. The protagonist was furious because his precious ore was called fake, while the servant tried his best to stop his master. The protagonist thought that there was no need to be nervous, but he also realized that at this rate he would be late again. The owner of the store told the seller to just immediately throw out such customers, not even to dialogue with them. The man looked at the ore and called it coal, then looked at this and assumed that it was worthless. The seller told how Feng wanted to get as much as 10,000 gold coins for this junk. Suddenly the stone began to crackle right in the man's hands, after which it had a very bright glow and the owner was instantly enveloped by a very bright beam of light. The seller said that the charlatan tried such a cheap trick to get them to buy this junk. At that time the owner hit the seller with all his might and said that he had offended a very important person. The owner ordered the man to prepare the money. He was going to apologize to the protagonist because he considered him a very important person. The servant talked about how it was a total horror and just kicked him out. The protagonist said that the problem is not the price, but the people who do not know and simply cannot appreciate this masterpiece. At that time, the owner of the store ran to the protagonist with all his legs with the words that they are ready to buy out all the ore. Breathing heavily, the owner apologized for the way he behaved with the protagonist and said he would pay 10,000 gold. The protagonist smiled and said that the man knew about goods. The servants were also incredibly happy to have all the ore bought from them. The protagonist apologized to the man and said that he was not ready to sell the ore. The protagonist began to say that the seller had offended his friends, and for this reason he could not sell the man the ore, because it would be wrong. At that time, the servants could not believe what they heard, because they would be happy to sell the ore. The owner began to scold the subordinate, who justified his behavior by saying that Feng had brought a fake. The man said that usually the miraculous ore looks like a gem because of unnecessary impurities. He also said that the better the quality of the ore, the brighter its light, and such a light he had never seen in his life. The servants were shocked that some black stones were so rare. The man was well aware that there was definitely some incredible alchemist behind the protagonist. The protagonist thought that since the man had realized the value of this ore, he should splurge. The protagonist, with a smirk on his face, recalled the seller's words that he would bow if the ore turned out to be genuine. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, said that something like that was definitely there, while the shopkeeper was very angry, and then hit the subordinate with all his might with the words that if he promised, he must fulfill the promise. The guy started to bow as promised, while the man asked the hero not to be angry and offered him 30,000 gold pieces. The hero agreed to a similar amount, and the man said that he hoped to cooperate in the future. The servants were in complete defeat after hearing how much Feng would get for the ore. The hero was incredibly happy because now they will not only pay off the debt, but on top of a very large amount will remain. After that, the guys with a great mood went shopping. The hero decided to buy a lot of things for the development of martial arts. A little while later, late at night, the boy told about how Feng had bullied him and begged for justice. He told his father that he had been beaten up because of the protagonist and asked for revenge. The father asked if it was true that Feng had dared to frame his son, and the boy said that it was true and asked his father for help. The father promised that Feng would not survive tomorrow, as what kind of father would allow his son to be bullied? At that time, the guy was incredibly happy. He was just waiting to see the protagonist perish. At that time, at the estate of the protagonist's family, Feng was practicing, after which his hands were covered with aura, and he was happy, because thanks to the pills that his father gave him, he was able to reach the 5th level of the first realm, namely the realm of Qi and blood. Suddenly, Feng heard some noise, after which he instantly used the divine sense technique. He instantly saw the unknown people who were hiding behind the wall. Feng was glad for this opportunity. After all, now was a great chance to test his new powers in practice. One of the men was talking about distracting the protagonist's attention, while the other was to kill him instantly. Suddenly Feng kicked his own door, which ruined the couple's plans. They were shocked by this turn of events. At that time, Feng said hello to them and asked them what exactly they were looking for in his house. He told them that he knew they had arrived before they entered, then confessed that he hadn't swung his fists in a long time, and went out to give the assassins a good welcome. They mocked the protagonist as he was only a level 5 Qi realm, and they had killed countless people and stronger. The hero hadn't really fought in all his 100,000 years, and was now anxious before his first time. The opponents taunted the protagonist, after which one of them prepared to fight and promised that Feng would pay for this lesson with his life. The protagonist was going to do it because he wanted to become stronger in the future. The opponent boasted that he was on the 8th level of the Qi realm, and that he had killed more than 80 people. His friend was surprised that he was using such strong skills to kill a scum like Feng. He immediately headed towards the protagonist, who was amazed at what the 8th level looked like. While the man was confident of his brother's instant victory, the hero was incredibly excited to fight for the first time in 100,000 years. Suddenly the protagonist's fist appeared in front of his opponent's face, and a moment later, the man found himself sealed into the ground at a tremendous speed. Everyone was shocked by this, and the hero was amazed because it seems that the opponent died from a single blow. The hero talked about how it wasn't his problem that the enemy couldn't even take one hit, while the man couldn't believe what he had just seen. The protagonist promised that he would try not to kill the man with a single blow to get a feel for the battle. At the time, he was incredibly scared and angry at the words he heard. After that, he instantly changed his face and said that he would avenge his brother, with whom he had been separated all his life. After that, he instantly started to run away at a great speed. It seemed that he had now developed a speed that he had never had in his life. The protagonist didn't mind. He was shocked that he was so strong at only the 5th level of the Qi realm. Feng thought of following the assassin and finding the fools who decided to kill him. At that time, near Feng's town mansion, the assassin disappeared. The hero arrived at this place, as he realized that this is where he was ordered. At that time, an unknown man with wounds begged for help, saying that he was going to be killed. He fell to the ground, and the hero assumed that the customer was getting rid of pawns. Suddenly there were people with torches who instantly surrounded the protagonist, and the most disturbing thing was that all the people were level 8 masters of the Qi realm. Suddenly, the same guy who said that the protagonist shouldn't have come to this place appeared. He was sure that Feng would definitely leave this world today, so he was smiling and confident. The protagonist was not surprised that the mysterious customer was this guy, and then the guy began to say that he did not understand about any killers. He only knows that the hero invaded his home. The protagonist was shocked that the guy dared to ask the city lord for help, Then the man took out a dagger from the corpse of the killer, then was surprised that the protagonist talked about him. He told the guy that if he wanted to kill someone he had to do it right, as he didn't want to wipe his ass all the time. The guy told his father that he really went overboard, while the hero was shocked that it was the guy's father. Turns out the man didn't care about what the protagonist's family had done for him and thought it was time to forget about it. Whereupon he ordered the hero to get rid of him. The guy was instantly twisted by two men. The man said that the protagonist's ex-wife was going to destroy the Qin family. He also started talking about how his family had a great future, unlike the protagonist's family. The guy was incredibly angry after saying that, while the son of the villain was happy and asked what his father would do, he said that he would use a legitimate reason. He was going to get rid of the protagonist and was smiling through his teeth. The main character was sitting in the cell and thinking about the fact that he was careless. He could not imagine that the city lord would do such a thing. Suddenly Feng heard strange noises. It turned out that it was Sancho, who snuck into the cell of the protagonist. He could not come when his master was taken under arrest. The servant couldn't believe that the protagonist had done such a stupid thing. While Feng didn't know what he was talking about, the servant told him about people talking about how after Feng found out that his ex-wife was marrying the prince, he went crazy and killed two members of the royal family. The protagonist was surprised at how well the city lord had decided to set him up. Feng thought that, with such an accusation, he might actually be executed. The servant suggested that the protagonist run away, because now was the time, while the guards were changing each other, and he dug a hole in the wall. The protagonist began to say that he was innocent and should not run away, while the servant tried to explain that they had no time at all and should run away as soon as possible. Feng said that he was a member of the Qin family, and he intended to handle this situation with dignity. Suddenly the voices of the guards were heard, and the hero instantly started pushing the servant to run away, and after a moment the passage was covered with straw, and the guards did not suspect anything. The protagonist looked at the family's seal and reflected that he didn't expect that the man his family had helped so much could do such a terrible thing. The protagonist pulled out the seal through the hole, and with the words that he had to go to extreme measures, the seal let out a flame that began to fly into the sky, and then the entire sky lit up with a flame with the name of the Qin clan on it. A moment later, a huge number of soldiers began to run into the place, after which they instantly killed the guards, then bowed to the protagonist and said that they were gathered. Feng said that nothing serious had happened, it was just that a certain person was relying too much on his father. The protagonist instantly told that the guards would need to deal with this person. Each of these people was a true martial arts master. A little while later, a servant was cheering up the guards with all his might, saying that their young master was very wise and he had definitely found a way out of this mess. They had faith in their master and approached the place of execution. People were pointing their fingers towards the gallows and saying that it was still morning and the man had already been hanged. It was true, and the corpse was really hanging on the rope, with no sign of life. The servant could not believe what he heard. He was shocked, angry, and saddened. The servant began to cry with all his might, and together with the guards to worship and ask forgiveness for what they had failed to do to the protagonist. Suddenly Feng greeted his servant and asked why he was crying. All the servants were amazed at what they had just seen, and then instantly went to hug the protagonist, happy that he was alive. Feng tried to push these fools away, as people were looking at them, while the servants continued to rejoice. The protagonist pointed his finger at the gallows, then said that the enemy's father was not as good as his. It turned out that none other than the city lord himself was weighing on the noose. The servant could not understand how the young lord managed to pull off something like that. At that time, the protagonist confessed that it was easy, and asked if the guy knew the thing he was holding in his hands. The servant was amazed at what he saw, because it was a battle order of the Qin family. The hero said that it was enough for the guards to see the sign, as they will instantly arrive and will unconditionally follow the order of the man who called them. The servant asked what order the protagonist had given. Feng was surprised that the servant had not guessed. The enemies dared to infringe on the protagonist's life. It was for this reason that the masters destroyed the city lord's mansion, after which they made his body experience hell. The protagonist was upset that his father had to work very hard to get this battle order, and now it's just nothing because it was used. The servant asked where the enemy of the protagonist was, while Feng smiled and said that the guy should follow him. It turned out that the guy was being lynched, throwing vegetables at him and insulting him in every possible way. He begged people to stop it all. He confessed that he falsely accused the main character, and that he was the only one to blame for all the troubles. Turns out it was the same hole that the servant dug, and this enemy trying to escape got stuck in it. The protagonist said he couldn't kill this guy because his sister had some influence. The protagonist said it was easy for him to clear his name and kill the city lord, but things are more complicated with this asshole. The servant complained that they couldn't kill the bastard, and then he came up with an ingenious plan because they could do anything they wanted to this man. The main thing was to keep him alive. The protagonist was surprised, because it began to seem to him that his subordinates sometimes surpass him in cruelty. The servants were preparing to teach the boy a lesson that he would not forget for the rest of his life. He, on the other hand, was incredibly frightened, and was afraid to say a word. A moment later, a very loud cry of the boy was heard all around, begging not to be touched. The protagonist and his servants decided to leave the guy behind, as the protagonist had the next plan that he intended to execute. While the guy was incredibly beaten up and talking about how evil people are, sometime late at night he felt just awful. Suddenly the guy saw the main Qin security team, and thought that they had arrived to finally free him, but in fact a formidable man grabbed an axe, then swung it with all his might, then pointed it at the guy who begged for his life, promising that he would do whatever they asked him to do. As it turned out that the man had used the axe to free him, a young man's voice was heard telling Lin not to worry, for they were his own. He said that he was a relative of the prince, and since the guy's sister was engaged to the prince, he was ordered to take the guy to the capital. The guy started laughing and was very happy, because he really started to believe that he would die in this place because of the main character. The guy with a crazy look began to rub this man that he wants revenge on the protagonist, and that otherwise he will not go anywhere. The young man explained that he was ordered to get the guy to the capital, and asked him not to complicate the process. The boy began to say that if the man could help him, he would ask his sister to tell the prince about his merits, and promised to give half of the proceeds of the mine to this man. After these words, the man confessed that such a request would be very hard to refuse. He ordered the two masters who were at the third level of the quenching stage to move out. At that time, the guy was incredibly happy, because he was sure that the protagonist would not be able to deal with such masters in any way. At that time of night in the Qin family's medical garden, the protagonist was lying tied up, and next to him slept a girl who was pushing him very hard. The protagonist did not understand how this could happen, and then he became confused and remembered that it happened a few hours ago. He told the servants that he was going to go to the misty forest. They thought that the protagonist was going to die. The protagonist made a puppet that watered the plants while the servant appeared out of nowhere and began to tell them that the misty forest held great terrors. He said that in addition to the poisonous fog there are many strong monsters, and in order to take even a small part of the forest Qin family had to sacrifice hundreds of warriors. The servants said that they would not let the protagonist go anywhere, then grabbed the rope. In the present, the protagonist was happy about the environment he was in. He had forgotten that in this era, people were afraid of the misty forest. Suddenly, the protagonist heard a noise outside, and then he instantly activated his divine sense. It turned out to be the same masters who came to kill the protagonist. They knocked out the guards and said that they need to kill only the protagonist, that God forbid the investigation did not start. The protagonist began to get rid of the rope, thinking that one master of the level of these guys can easily kill 10 masters of chi and blood. The protagonist began to walk out pretending not to notice anything, thinking that there was no way he could fight in this place. People looked towards the protagonist, assuming that this was their target. Then the huge man decided to start, and was instantly behind the protagonist's back, ready to finish the battle in an instant. A moment later, the axe went through the neck of the protagonist, and his head flew off to the side. The guy was surprised that this order was so easy. He reached out to pick up the protagonist's head as proof, but suddenly his face twisted as it turned out to be a dummy. They realized that the protagonist had managed to escape as quickly as possible. The protagonist took out the Tianluo fruit, then sat on his horse and started talking about how he didn't plan to die that night. The guys couldn't believe that the guy deceived them so easily, while the hero started to move at a great speed with the help of the horse. Thinking about the safety of his people, he planned to take the enemies as far away as possible. At that time, the enemies thought that the hero was a brainless fool, for instead of calling the guards he started to run away alone. A moment later, the masters at great speed began to catch up with the protagonist, who was ready for such an outcome and sprayed some liquid in the air, after which it hit the faces of two enemies who were chasing him. The opponents could not navigate properly. Even opening their eyes caused difficulty. The protagonist was very glad that his opponents were so stupid, because he could not believe that they would fall for his tricks, and then the hero used a divine sense, thanks to which he could see at night as if it were daytime and easily move on horseback. One of the enemies was right in front of the protagonist, after which the guys instantly attacked the guy from above. A few moments later there was a huge explosion from those blows. The protagonist was able to bounce at the last moment, while not understanding how such a thing was possible. He didn't understand how enemies without sight could catch up to him and attack him effectively. The enemy pointed to a horse and said it was a guy, while another man said it was a horse. Suddenly, the protagonist realized that now his enemies are hunters, who are hunting him by scent. One of the enemies pointed in the direction of the hero and said that he was definitely there, after which the enemies instantly began to run after the protagonist, who began to tear his clothes in hopes of spreading his scent around, thus winning the opportunity to escape from these enemies. The enemy was not surprised by the protagonist's attempts to spread his scent to confuse the guys. Suddenly they found themselves on a cliff, and in front of them there was only a misty forest, in which it is definitely not possible to survive. The protagonist was surprised that he turned on the road that led him to the misty forest. Enemies started to say that the guy would definitely not have the courage to jump into this forest. The enemy began to say that if the hero stayed he would at least die without suffering, while the guy crushed one of the fruits, and with a mad expression on his face said that he had huge balls. With these words he began to fall at a great speed straight into the misty forest. He gave his enemies the middle finger saying that he would never give up so easily. The enemies were amazed that the guy actually dared to jump down while the protagonist was flying straight into the misty forest at a great speed. The enemies were saying that the guy would definitely die instantly in that place. They were going to wait for the fog to clear up a bit and take the hero's head as proof of his death. The enemies were laughing at the top of their voices because of the fact that this guy would die so easily because of the fog. While the protagonist was glowing with happiness, he was glad to be in this place. In this place, he saw a huge amount of medicinal plants that were very old. The protagonist drank an antidote beforehand, for he knew very well that this place had a deadly fog. The protagonist looked at his hand and realized that he didn't have much time. He was going to prepare some remedy from the local herbs. He was glowing with happiness because now he would be working with high-quality herbs. 2 hours later, the protagonist was working with the herbs and heard a strange noise nearby. The protagonist was amazed that it was a raccoon dog, which is incredibly hard to catch. He assumed it was the effect of his anti-animal pill. Suddenly the hero's attention was attracted by something strange. He began to laugh, because in his head came an ingenious plan to deal with his enemies. Early in the morning, when the fog cleared, the enemies arrived in the forest to find the corpse of the protagonist. They searched for the body of the guy, as they thought that he died instantly. A moment later they found the corpse of the hero, and believed that he was suffering before death from poison. The man prepared to chop off the protagonist's head, but suddenly the guy jumped up and launched some darts towards the enemies. They were able to instantly react and dodge, while marveling that the protagonist managed to survive in this place. The enemies thought that it was a very stupid move on the part of the guy, while the hero with a confident expression said that he would really have a hard time injuring enemies of this level, and then asked what would happen if the blood of a raccoon dog collided with a miasma tree in the sunlight. The enemies, with full confidence that their situation was not the same, said that even masters like them would die from 10 breaths. But such an animal was incredibly hard to find. At that time the protagonist started counting down from 10. Suddenly the enemies noticed the fog and didn't realize what was happening. They looked in the direction where the needles hit, then instantly realized that right now they are breathing a poisonous fog that can kill them. The protagonist confessed that he had accidentally found the animal, and instantly realized how it could be put to good use. That was the reason why he risked pretending to be dead, and so that the enemies could not even think of such a thing, he attacked them with darts. The opponents were out of their minds with anger. They were going to take the protagonist with them to the other world. The protagonist was completely confident, and was amazed that they reacted so late. He looked with his piercing gaze and said that it was too late, and a moment later the enemies started coughing up their own blood, after which they lost consciousness and fell to the ground, while the protagonist continued to stand with his head proudly raised. The protagonist's enemies were lying on the ground. They were defeated not by brute force but by the protagonist's mind. Suddenly behind the back of the guy appeared the eyes of monsters. They were dogs, in which the hero apologized for borrowing a few drops of blood of their kin, then provided the corpses of enemies to eat these animals, thinking that he not only dealt with the enemies, but also got a huge amount of useful plants. While in the main character's house, the servants could not believe that their lord had been killed. They thought it was complete nonsense. While a man threw the protagonist's item and said that it could serve as proof of his death. It turned out to be the bloody saddle of the protagonist's horse. The enemies said that the young man had been injured, after which he had dared to enter the misty forest, where he had definitely died. The boys could not believe what they heard, for the hero really wanted to go to the misty forest. At that time, the enemy was incredibly happy, saying that the fool dared to venture alone into this hellish place. He said that because of the hero's death, the iron mine should return to its original owner, and the medical garden as well. He ordered the royal guard to chase away the servants of the protagonist. The soldiers pointed their weapons at the poor people, to the bastard's words that he now owns all of the protagonist's property. Suddenly, Feng's voice was heard behind the backs of the enemies, who was surprised that the guy dared to flatter him. The protagonist was surprised that the enemy dared to ask for help from the royal guards, then called him a slippery son of a bitch. The girl instantly hugged the protagonist, because she was very happy to see him, and he confessed that he decided to take a night walk in the misty forest. At that time, the enemy with shaking hands could not believe that the protagonist had survived after being in the misty forest. The protagonist said that he just decided to take a walk. Why would he die? A man stepped in and said that he was in this place to discuss the rights to the iron mine. The servant at the time realized that this eunuch is now a representative of the royal family, and the protagonist cannot oppose him. At that time, the protagonist said he didn't give a shit who this man represented. The protagonist was outraged, saying that he had been spoiled by the insistence to kill, and it didn't matter what family the man was from, he dared to kill him anyway. The protagonist recalled that a few days ago, the city lord who had decided to join this guy was hanged, and then the protagonist confessed that he had ordered the order to completely destroy the lord's mansion, and that it was his will. The protagonist said that suddenly and in the forest they tried to kill him, but he used the order again and the masters instantly killed the offenders. The protagonist warned that if the enemy dared to offend him, he would use the order again, and then the guards would chop him to pieces, and then asked what the man wanted to discuss. The enemy was shocked that the assassins he had sent were killed. He was shocked that the hero had orders. The man was shaking with fear. He fully realized how scary the thing in the hands of the protagonist was, after which they instantly began to say that they had just come to visit the protagonist. After which they all bowed to the protagonist together and wished him success and prosperity. The protagonist said he wouldn't see the guests off because he was a mess, and they apologized for the intrusion and wanted to leave. A moment later they started running away at great speed in fear of the protagonist. The servant was amazed that the protagonist had several orders, and the hero confessed that it was just a shell casing from a used order, which made the servant praise the protagonist's masterful bluff. The girl asked where the protagonist actually went because she was so worried. He said that he had already told her that he was really in the misty forest where he had managed to get a lot of useful herbs. The servant began to ask the protagonist not to lie, because the misty forest is not a place from which you can so easily return, and he asked where the harvest, about which Feng said. The protagonist confessed that he had gathered so many medicinal herbs that he had to supply the horse with them, and then pointed behind his back, where the horse was struggling to pull the incredibly heavy load. Inside were incredibly valuable and very rare herbs. While the servants couldn't believe what they were seeing, the protagonist yawned, indifferently asking the servants to help unload the harvest. The servant realized that the protagonist's methods were unattainable, and assumed he could never understand them. A few days later, the guy was taken to his sister's wedding. He surrounded himself with guards, and complained inside the wagon that he had made a huge number of attempts to end the protagonist, and now he wanted to do absolutely nothing. While the protagonist was deep in thought about the royal family stationing troops in his city, he assumed they were beginning to fear him. The protagonist turned to a servant and said that starting today, the wages of all the guards would be doubled. The servant was amazed at this generosity and didn't understand what the protagonist was planning to do, while the protagonist with a crazy look said that the servant to form a squad, because they will go to the misty forest to clean up. The servant was astonished at such a statement. He didn't understand how he could go to such a dangerous place, while Feng told the servant not to worry and just form a squad. The protagonist thought that this way he would be able to form a huge military force, because soon everyone will start to explore places like the misty forest. The next day, the guards gathered, who could not believe in the statement of the protagonist. He said that this is not a joke. He also added that not everyone will pass the selection, but he will get triple pay. The soldiers rejoiced and could not wait for the moment when the hero told them who would train them. At that time, Feng pointed to himself and said that he would be the person who would prepare the soldiers for transportation. After such a statement, the soldiers were speechless, and then immediately began to leave the gathering place with the thoughts that it was early morning and their master as always joking. The servant began to ponder that the main character's foundation was the weakest of them all. How could he teach someone martial arts? The protagonist decided to ignore it all and decided to go shopping with the servant, because he needs weapons for his future squad. The servant was shocked that the protagonist was only lucky to get out of the misty forest alive, and he already considers himself a genius. At that time, in one of the restaurants, a man told that the hero had only one order, and that he had deceived them. The man instantly became furious at such news, whereupon the mug instantly shattered on the floor. The herbalist was very angry because the man had dared to spill tea on his foot, and he asked the herbalist what he could do about it. The man was incredibly angry. In fact, he was angry because of the protagonist, because he was the reason for what he decided to authorize. Gorilla with great speed began to approach the man, with the intention of hitting him. The man easily stopped the blow of this gorilla with one of his hands, and then asked how the protagonist messed up the man. The gatherer told him that Feng was a lowlife who had gotten him into trouble. The man told the assembler that they were brothers in misfortune, as he also hated Feng. The man learned about the mysterious alchemy teacher, and decided that the situation was now clearer. The gatherer started talking about how the most important thing for an alchemist is herbs, and they need to destroy the main character's garden first. The man said that there was no way he could do something like that because it would start a war between the royal family and the Qin family. The gatherer told of a pill that attracts animals, which could be used to raise the protagonist's garden to the ground. The gatherer confessed that in order to realize this plan, he just needed money. The man was incredibly happy about this opportunity. He confessed that he was ready to spend any amount of money to solve this issue, while the protagonist was busy making pills for the body. Usually, alchemists have a hard time with this process because it is very difficult to create these pills. But the protagonist closed his eyes and then put his hand on the cauldron. He is the god of pills. It is quite easy for him. The quality of the pills was from 1 to 10, and the ones he just made were at 9. The guy threw one of the pills into his mouth. He thought about the fact that it had been a long time since he had made such cheap pills. He also thought that if he wanted to sell the pills, he should lower their quality. Unexpectedly, the protagonist was able to break through to the 6th level of the Qi and blood stage. The effect of the pill was amazing. The protagonist took out the next pill, which should have a positive effect on his body, because growing too fast was dangerous. The guy with a smile on his face grabbed this pill with his teeth. The protagonist was determined to become the best. He thought about being the first to start the battle for the misty forest. At that time, the girl was watching the protagonist's room and wondering if he was able to overcome the foundation of his cultivation. The girl thought about how it was very hard for the protagonist after his injury, and decided that he had decided to try hard to become stronger. The girl firmly decided that she would also do her best, and right now she was going to not let anyone interfere with the main character. At that time, the smell of some pill began to spread to the forest, suddenly announced an alarm, because fierce beasts were approaching them. The girl could not believe that fierce beasts appeared at such an inopportune moment, for the protagonist still had not completed the breakthrough. Suddenly, the spear of one of the soldiers broke against the tough skin of the beast. Although the soldiers were able to surround the animal, they could not break through its tough armor, while the beast easily attacked them and threw them high into the air. Suddenly, An arrow began to fly towards the monster at a great speed. People were shocked that it was able to affect this animal. It turned out that it was a girl who used her bow to attack the enemy. The guards began to cheer and praise the girl, as suddenly they were attacked again by the monster, which made the soldiers run away, because they only made these beasts angry. While the enemies rejoiced that they had successfully succeeded in their plan, because such a beast, even a master of the final stage, is not easy to cope with. They were very much waiting for the moment when the protagonist would know despair and finally perish. While the monster was moving towards the little girl at a great speed, she prepared to shoot from her bow with great determination in her eyes. The arrow bounced off the body of this strong monster. While the soldiers were shouting that there was no way the girl could stop this beast, it was getting closer and closer to her. She grabbed her sword, then confessed that she had to help the protagonist. She could not let this beast pass through her. Swinging her sword, she thought that even if she died in this fight, she would not retreat. Suddenly, the sword instantly broke into small pieces from the animal's solid body, and the girl's body began to be covered with countless wounds. It seemed that she could not resist this animal at all, while the enemies were incredibly happy that the animal would destroy the protagonist very soon. The monster was a few centimeters away from ending the poor girl's life, as suddenly she opened her eyes and saw the main character's chest. All the guards were shocked by what they saw. The protagonist, flying to the ground, said that anyone who infringed on the lives of his people deserved to die. The guy landed on the roof after he found out that the girl was okay. He asked her to leave the battlefield and leave everything to him. The girl began to say that the protagonist could not defeat such a monster, because it was on a completely different level. While Feng was completely confident, and began to say that he would not allow any animal to do whatever he wanted. While the enemies mocked the protagonist, because in their opinion he didn't even stand a chance against this animal. The monster pointed its horns in the direction of the protagonist. While the soldiers were worried about their master, the enemies couldn't wait for the denouement of it all. While the protagonist didn't understand why people were panicking so much, he grabbed his dagger and said with a brutal look that he would just blow up the monster. After that, the hero instantly used the moonlight technique, thus attacking the enemy. The dagger pierced through the thick skin of the beast, which stunned the opponents, and the allies were shocked by the demonstrated strength, while the girl was delighted by the protagonist. The protagonist thought that normally only masters of the tempering stage could infuse qi into weapons, but since he had studied a strong martial art and had advanced to the 7th stage, it was also possible for him to do so. In his previous life, the protagonist was familiar with countless martial techniques even though he couldn't use them, but things were completely different in this life. The protagonist directed another attack towards his opponent, which instantly reached its target and was able to pierce through the beast's skin, thus damaging it. The protagonist began to move at a great speed, thinking that moonlight is an amazing martial art. Then the protagonist was right in front of his opponent, which made the soldiers worried, because fighting with this monster in close proximity is the same as going to certain death. As the monster prepared to finish off the protagonist, the girl started screaming, worried about her master. The monster launched its attack, and the ground around it began to crumble from its power. The enemies cheered, the girl began to cry, while the soldiers were anxious. And the protagonist himself heard the words of the enemies and asked who it was that died. The protagonist hovered above his enemy. Thanks to the moonlight technique, he could easily dodge such attacks. The protagonist prepared to deliver a decisive blow, and then he landed with all his might, destroying everything in his path and sealing the beast directly into the ground. None of the people watching could believe this was actually happening, while the monster was literally destroyed in an instant, which amazed the soldiers, who immediately began to run to the protagonist. The girl also admired the protagonist, who looked very cool standing on the corpse of this animal. The protagonist, with pride in his voice, asked his soldiers whether they still consider him a man who is not able to teach them something. Without waiting for an answer, the protagonist said that now the soldiers have one last chance to enroll in his team. After that, all the soldiers raised their hands. They were incredibly happy about this opportunity, because they were sure that with the instruction of the protagonist they will instantly become stronger. The protagonist was pleased with this attention, and asked the guys to calm down because they need to take the body of the monster to the warehouse because he had some plans for it. The guys started dragging the huge corpse of the animal towards the warehouse, while the protagonist realized that behind all this is a pill, the smell of which he could smell. He was sure that someone was involved in all this. Then the hero instantly used the divine feeling, and just as quickly found the enemies who began to argue among themselves. They were blaming each other for the defeat, and were ready to tear each other apart. The enemies continued to argue fiercely, after which the rock under their feet began to crack, and they at a great speed flew down, thereby printing in the ground, while the protagonist thanked the fools, for they had given him a fine bull carcass. A few days later, all the guards joined the protagonist, and waited for the speech. The protagonist, with confidence in his eyes, said that he would share the cure from his alchemist teacher, and help the soldiers become much stronger. The protagonist began to tell that the girl showed herself with a very good side, and he decided to reward her with bull armor. He also added that if the squad will appear in the same brave people, he will reward them with different awards. The guy began to hand the armor to the girl, under the enthusiastic emotions of the soldiers. The protagonist also announced that every guard who was present that night would receive a body-hardening pill, and everyone thanked the protagonist for his kindness. Feng announced that within a month he would choose the best guys and they would become members of the squad that would go to clean up the misty forest. The protagonist, with a proud look, said that he is worthy to encourage his people, for which the guards thanked the guy. Meanwhile, in a tavern in Yuning City, people were talking about the news, namely that the protagonist was gathering a team to go to the misty forest, and a man thought that the guy would ruin everyone. After that, people even started betting on how many people would come back alive after the trip, and almost everyone thought that all the soldiers would die, or at most 2 or 3 would be able to escape. Suddenly a man started yelling that only his family was betting that no one would survive. He began to say that everyone else should bet that all members of the expedition would return alive, and asked who would dare to go against the royal family. The man started shouting and said that anyone who didn't bet would lose their head. People were crying, and thought that their money had been taken away from them, because not a single troop that had been in the misty forest had not returned without losses. It turned out that the pill was very expensive, and the man decided to resort to such methods because the money is running out. The man was going to secretly attack the protagonist right in the forest. He thought that this way the bet will definitely play. Half a month later, the guy reported that he had gathered a group of hunters who had been selected. They lined up in front of the protagonist. They were perfectly equipped, they had a full set of weapons and armor. The protagonist began to say that this was their first expedition, and it would not be easy, but he believed in every soldier who had been trained by him. The protagonist and his squad began their journey. At the end, the protagonist said that he believed in his guys, and asked them not to let him down. The protagonist led the expedition, and warned that the first danger was poison, after which the squad drank the medicine and the protagonist noted that now this aspect is not a danger to them. The second danger was poisonous insects and beasts, that's why they moved in formation, and if there is no panic, no one will get hurt. The protagonist asked his team members to follow him and keep up. The protagonist used technology to sense danger before anyone else. He believed that at this rate they would not lose a single person. The soldiers said that the protagonist explained everything so clearly that it seemed as if he had not accidentally gotten out of this place in the past, but knew something. The soldiers decided to be a little arbitrary, and move forward a little to show the protagonist that they are not weak. The guys started moving and looking for prey. They seemed to feel as confident as possible. While above them appeared a dangerous insect, one of the squad members looked in that direction, and a moment later this terrible creature began to fly directly to his face. The protagonist instantly reacted without realizing what was happening, while the soldiers started to run, at the sight of the steel centipede. Suddenly an arrow slammed into the body of the insect, which sealed it to a tree, scaring one of the guards. It turned out that it was another member of the squad, who was surprised that the guy had shit his pants at the sight of some insect. The young boy began to admire the man, who began to brag that this was not his first time in the misty forest, and that he had more experience. While the insects were very close to these guys, the protagonist instantly shouted for them to look around. Feng explained that centipede corpses make sounds that attract other centipedes, which is why now a huge number of these monsters have arrived. Feng shouted for the people to start holding formation. The people couldn't gather properly. They felt confused. One of the people couldn't even load an arrow into the crossbow properly because of the panic. The young guy asked why the man froze. After all, he was already in this place and shouldn't panic. The man fell to his knees because he thought that his life would be cut short at this moment in time, because he could kill one, at most 2 centipedes, but he would not be able to cope with so many. The centipedes rushed towards the man who was shouting that they would all definitely die in this place. The other centipedes also attacked the other members of the squad, who were also frightened, although they tried to fight back. The protagonist called everyone idiots and ordered everyone to hide behind him, then started flying towards the guys at a great speed. Feng used the moonlight martial art, after which a huge amount of energy flew towards the enemies. One of the soldiers cried as he watched the huge horde of insects getting closer and closer. While the protagonist was saving the members of his squad, which caused him to be injured by the insects, the man couldn't believe what had just happened, because their master had just covered the ordinary soldiers with his body. The man started crying, while the girl and her servant went to the hero to help him. Feng ordered the guys not to move because they would not be able to cope with so many enemies. The protagonist took out his dagger, and then began to kill a huge number of these enemies. However, the enemies also did not stand still and effectively attacked the protagonist, who despite the wounds continued the battle, killing more and more monsters. Suddenly, one of the monsters crept up to the protagonist from behind. The guys began to scream, because they were very worried about the hero, while Feng deftly killed the creature, which was behind his back, and then continued to madly destroy a huge number of enemies, under the tears of his wards. They could not believe what they saw, because the protagonist had just single-handedly killed all the enemies they feared so much. The soldiers were very happy that they were alive, while the man began to cry with all his might and was also happy to be alive. Feng grabbed the man and started yelling at him as Feng explained the rules that the man didn't follow. The protagonist with a crazy look began to shout that because of the man's ill-considered actions the whole team could have died, and if the protagonist had not been able to interrupt everyone, they would have continued to shake with fear and do nothing. The man was crying. He didn't know what to say to such a thing. While the protagonist retreated and started coughing heavily, his whole body was covered with wounds. The guys instantly ran towards the protagonist, as they lived for him, while the soldiers realized that they had failed their young master, because of which they almost died. The protagonist said that he was fine. It was just that one of the centipedes managed to poison him. The protagonist was thinking that he could really die now, and this was their first mission. He was going to go home because at this rate they were all going to die. As the soldiers fell to their knees and started talking about how the hero shouldn't punish them, one of the soldiers explained that they had endangered all the members of the expedition and were obliged to leave the team voluntarily. After these words, they began to leave with the words that they have no right to stay in this place. At that time, the hero threw a bag, then asked where they were going. The protagonist realized that the soldier joined the team to earn money to treat his parents. He said that he would not let him go so easily. It turned out that the bag was filled with recovery pills and the soldiers couldn't understand what was going on. The protagonist with an unbelievable look began to say that even strong heroes make mistakes, but in such situations the most important thing is to draw conclusions. He said that they need to rest a little and continue their journey, and they can talk about punishment later. The soldiers could not believe what they heard, because it was because of them that the main character almost died. Feng said that the soldiers had better do some useful work and find a safe place to camp. He promised that he would bring everyone out alive if they obeyed. From that moment, 3 days passed and they settled in one place. The protagonist thought that the elixir in his body was too weak to deal with the poison. He decided to use the technique to detoxify, but the problem was that in such a state he would not be able to fight. Suddenly a soldier's voice was heard, shouting that they were approaching poisonous insects. The protagonist immediately went out to find out what was going on. It turned out in front of them was just a huge number of poisonous spiders. They were bloody spiders, and there were so many of them that the protagonist realized that they could not cope. The protagonist started screaming for people to run. He was going to fight alone. He was going to fight with all his might to protect his men who were not yet ready for this battle. While the man shouted for all the soldiers to take up defensive positions, he said that the soldiers would protect the cave even at the cost of their lives, for the hero had not yet completed his detoxification. The soldiers instantly stood in front of the protagonist, ready to defend him at the cost of their lives. The servant used some kind of remedy, after which the protagonist was very surprised, because the soldiers reacted incredibly fast, and also used a pill to scare away the beasts. The soldiers began to move as cohesively as possible, after which they were able to trap a large number of spiders. The protagonist stopped the man because although the spiders couldn't jump, they were making webs at an incredible level while the spiders started to climb upwards, while the man realized that this was what they needed and took out a torch, then threw the torch directly into the pit with the spiders. A moment later, a very strong flame rose up. It turned out that the protagonist himself had taught the soldiers such trickery. The protagonist couldn't believe what he saw, while a huge spider paw appeared from the fire, and a moment later a spider queen appeared in front of them, which even a master of the tempering stage would be incredibly hard to deal with. At that time, the soldiers did not hesitate to rush into battle, believing that if they could defeat the small ones, they would be able to kill the big one. The soldiers remembered the hero's words that if the enemy is much stronger, the stupidest thing to do is to run away from the battlefield. The soldiers started to approach the huge spider, then all prepared to attack, and they simultaneously started their attack. Suddenly it was effective and the spider's blood started to come out. The man confessed that while the hero was sitting in the camp, they analyzed all of Feng's lessons, then said that they were willing to give their lives for the protagonist. At this moment they looked just perfect. While Feng was amazed at how they had changed in just a few days, they were even able to destroy the queen. The protagonist confessed to underestimating the guys, and said that they could then begin the main purpose of their mission. The servant assumed it was to send them home. The protagonist said that the soldiers had progressed tremendously, and now they would definitely go on to find as many spiritual herbs as possible, and take them all home. The next day, a huge number of people gathered in the safe zone near the entrance of the misty forest, praying for someone to survive, as they were forced to make an insane bet. While the man himself was sure that no one could survive, he didn't believe that such a young guy could come back with the whole team. The man hoped that the main character had died in the forest as well as his team. Suddenly one of the people started shouting that he was seeing something and the man was surprised. At that time a man from the crowd started yelling that no one had come out yet, but hope always dies last. While a member of the royal family was amazed, because the sounds were from a crow that was flying nearby. All the people lost all hope that they could see their money, while the enemy was incredibly happy, because he was the only one who bet that the main character will not be able to return and will lose the whole team. The man started demanding money from the poor people, who tried to explain that it was the last thing they had. The man with a crazy look started shouting that he is a representative of royalty and the man should pay the money right now. Suddenly, the voice of the protagonist was heard, surprised at the number of people and the fact that the man would not calm down. Feng assumed that the whole city wanted to keep them out, but in fact it was much simpler than he thought. The protagonist began to mock the enemy who believed he was going to die, and moreover, a full squad began to emerge from the forest with a huge amount of loot. This shocked the enemy, who a moment ago was confident in his victory, while people were rejoicing, because they had just won and won money. The man began to walk away, while saying that the protagonist was just lucky. Feng instantly stopped the enemy. He reminded this madman that he lost money to all the inhabitants of this city, and is trying to escape without paying. The man started yelling again that he was a royalty and he wasn't going to give anything back, assuming that the protagonist couldn't do anything. Feng said that he really couldn't do anything. He was going to put up posters everywhere saying that the man owed money to everyone in the city, and he was sure that the royal family wouldn't be happy about that. The man was incredibly frightened because if the hero really did that, he would be finished. A quarter of an hour later, there was a huge amount of equipment and clothes on the ground. The man was screaming that he had to give up everything he had, to pawn literally everything, even the clothes of his guards, to pay off the debt. The protagonist began to count whether it is enough to pay off the debt, and said that if the man still give up his underwear, then it may be enough. At the end of this event, the enemies of the protagonist ran away in tears. They had nothing on, not even underwear, which made the villagers laugh with these people. The people thanked the protagonist for standing up for them, but he said that no thanks were needed, because he had done so in his own interest. The protagonist said that he would often go into the forest with his team, and asked for people's support in the future. The people agreed and promised to help the protagonist. Since then, 3 days have passed. The enemies gathered around the fire, as they had absolutely nothing left. Suddenly heard a male voice behind the back of the guys, which suggested that the hero relies on the power of the mysterious alchemist. It turned out that it was a first-class alchemist, who was sent by that bastard from the capital to help the guys kill the protagonist. A huge hammer landed on the ground. It turned out that the protagonist had ordered it from the people of this city. Feng was incredibly happy that his order was fulfilled so quickly. Then he grabbed the hammer and decided to try it out. The hammer slowly began to rise above the ground, and then the back of the protagonist began to ache incredibly badly. It seemed to be beyond his capabilities. Feng was shaking from the pain in his back. At that time, the servant asked if he needed to be remodeled. The protagonist surprised his men by saying that this was the kind of hammer he needed. In fact, he had mastered the new skill, but not to the fullest extent. It was for this reason that the protagonist decided to take the hammer as a weapon. The next day, the guys went to the foggy forest to the swamp, where the hero reported that they found another suitable place. It turned out that in this swamp there were huge mud crabs, which could be caught and sold for a lot of money. Suddenly the protagonist felt that someone was approaching them, after which he instantly began to move in the direction of the movement, and ordered the servants to go to a safe place until he walks a little. After a moment, the protagonist arrived at the place where he felt the movement. It turned out that it was the same alchemist and a man from the royal family. The alchemist was saying that today they will turn this forest into a grave for the protagonist. The protagonist listened attentively and watched the enemies. The protagonist understood that they could not cope with such opponents, and it would be difficult to escape because they were moving on their route. One of the soldiers reported to the eunuch that the tracks had become much fresher, and he was sure that they would soon find the team, while the enemy began to move faster in a hurry to kill the protagonist as soon as possible. They all started running at a great speed, and a moment later the enemy had a look of horror on his face as they started to fall right into the swamp. They were all in the swamp and began to move frantically. The enemy could not believe that they fell into the swamp, where the crabs lived, and a moment later in their direction began to fly hammer at great speed, which instantly knocked out one of the enemies. It turned out that it was the protagonist, who prepared a great trap for his enemies. The protagonist confessed that he knew that the enemy would want revenge, and he ordered his men to make fake tracks to lure them into the swamp. The protagonist began to deliver a series of blows to the enemy cavalry with his new weapon. When it was the eunuch's turn, he became very frightened and tried to run away. But suddenly the alchemist entered the battle and with a kick of his foot was able to repel the hammer flying at the man. The alchemist said that the man is a representative of the royal family, and the hero has no right to even lay a finger on him. The protagonist wondered why the alchemist was getting involved in the battle instead of just practicing alchemy. The alchemist seemed angry at such words, and a moment later he disappeared from sight, and a moment later he appeared in front of the hero and gave a very strong blow with his knee, saying that he was not an ordinary alchemist. Feng couldn't understand how the enemy was able to approach him so quickly. He didn't understand how this alchemist had such strength, while the enemy started laughing, then took off his outer clothes and called the alchemy master of the royal family, who was also a martial arts master of the tempering stage. The protagonist was shocked that his enemy turned out to be a master of the second stage. The enemy confessed that because of the protagonist's actions, the royal family had personally asked him to deal with the protagonist. Feng was shocked that the enemy had very cleverly concealed his strength, while the enemy was instantly in front of the protagonist, assuming that Feng was a warrior who relied on strength. The enemy appeared behind the protagonist's back and confessed to relying on speed. The enemy moved at an incredible speed, paralleling Feng's inability to even touch him due to the difference in speed. At one point, the enemy was able to knock the protagonist's weapon from his hands, and wondered how the hero would fight him. The enemy suggested that without the hammer, the protagonist was incapable of doing anything, but Feng asked how the speedy type was able to wrestle his hammer away with such ease, and the enemy confessed that his technique was based on leg strength. The enemy was ready to strike with his foot, saying that although he was inferior in strength, his legs were much stronger than the protagonist. Feng tried to block this strong attack, after which he was thrown a decent distance away. The enemy praised the protagonist for having such strength only at the chi and blood stage, while the protagonist confessed that he had underestimated the enemy. At that time, the enemy took some pill and then began to move at a great speed directly to the protagonist. The enemy was confident in his speed, and before the protagonist could not keep up with him, but now his speed has become twice as fast. The enemy was cheering, saying that Feng could not do anything against such an opponent. While the enemy was preparing to end the battle with an incredibly strong blow, the protagonist stood and did not react to the enemy's movement, and a moment later, A knee appeared right in front of the enemy. It was an incredibly strong and fast punch from the protagonist that sent the alchemist flying. The enemy lost some of his teeth and couldn't believe that this was actually happening. As the man's enthusiasm faded, he didn't realize what had just happened. While the enemy asked how this could happen, because the difference in their speed was obvious. The protagonist confessed that he had never actually said that he was emphasizing strength. In fact, he had recently learned a speed technique called ghost dance. It's a great technique, and the person who learned it becomes incredibly fast, which is why the protagonist took a heavy hammer to limit his speed, because he's not quite used to it. During the battle with the alchemist, the protagonist also realized the flaws in his martial arts and became stronger. The protagonist began to approach the enemy at a great speed, now realizing how to use his new power in battle. Feng, with joy on his face, said that he missed a lot of blows from the enemy, and now he intends to return all the blows to him. The protagonist began to take the medicine, after which 3 residual images of the protagonist appeared in front of the enemy and began to approach him at a great speed. The enemies were shocked that the hero managed to leave 3 residual images. While the protagonist was already right in front of his opponent, ready to deliver a decisive blow, the enemy was instantly pierced from all sides, after which he instantly fell to the ground under the man's screams. Feng was about to finish off his longtime enemy who was begging for his life. He fell to his knees and started begging for forgiveness, blaming the third prince for all his troubles. The protagonist said that he had already realized that the man was innocent of anything, then instantly struck a blow from which the neck of the enemy broke, and he fell to the ground under the words of the hero that the enemy is better to say these words in the other world. Right now Feng was going to drown the bodies of his enemies in the swamp, and was glad that now no one will not interfere with his trips to the forest. A few days later the royal family got word that their people were missing and they sent men to investigate. They were going to execute the entire family of the man who killed their family members. The man banged a wooden bar on the table, then said that the main character's team was in the forest at that moment and asked if they had killed the people. The protagonist said with a smile on his face that he didn't know what the man was talking about, and then he started to play the fool and cry, saying that every trip into the woods made him afraid, and the team as well. Under the influence of such fear he wouldn't dare to touch someone from the royal family. The servant also cried and told that in the forest they were waiting for a huge number of failures. Even then they were attacked by a huge number of insects. All the soldiers also began to cry and tell how terrible it was to survive in that forest. The girl also told about the bloody spiders and how they miraculously managed to get out of that place alive. The main character decided to show the insect bites on his ass, because they still hadn't healed, and the judge ordered the guy to stop now. The judge was incredibly angry listening to these stories. He just couldn't believe that a group of these losers could kill the elite of the Yi family. The protagonist sat on the throne and was happy that he got away with it. He also said that the soldiers made him very happy, and he said that he would help those who reached level 9 Qi and blood to advance to the tempering stage. All the guys were incredibly excited about this opportunity, as the hero also promised 20 gold to those guys who would successfully make the breakthrough. The protagonist realized that although the pill was expensive and rare, but for his subordinates, he was not sorry to splurge. At night in the garden, the protagonist was going to make a very complicated pill. If he succeeded, his skills would be known to everyone. The protagonist realized that some people should not get information about his skills, so he was going to use the pill for his own purposes. The protagonist put the soul-returning herb in the furnace, then wanted to wake up the soul of the iron bull. The furnace was covered with flames and the lid flew up. The protagonist was overjoyed because the spirit of the iron bull appeared before him, which he wanted to use to prepare the pill. The bull started moving while the hero was talking about the monster's body being under his control. The hero was even surprised that the bull thought the soul could escape. Then the protagonist started to use the soul capture technique and the bull started to return to the furnace. Then the protagonist started to form the pill. The protagonist was overjoyed as the creation of the complex pill was very successful. The protagonist instantly threw the pill into his mouth, and then began to use the power of the pill for his advancement, although it was very effective, but also brought great pain, and distraction during this process is not allowed. The protagonist's clothes began to tear from the blows of his own aura. At his stage it was quite risky to take such a strong pill. As soon as the pill enters the body, the meridians began to get very damaged. The protagonist had 100,000 years of experience with pills and the negative effect was minimal. The protagonist began to lose consciousness from the immense pain his body was experiencing. His house began to glow very brightly from within, after which the protagonist was able to break through to the 8th level of the Qi and blood stage. The protagonist was of course very happy that he was able to break through, but he was also sure that there were still some pill resources left in his body that he hadn't used. The guy instantly began to break through to the next stage, which released a huge amount of energy. The glow was now many times stronger and covered an area much larger. Everything was successful, and now the protagonist had the peak of Qi and blood power, namely level 9. The protagonist felt that he had become much stronger than in his previous life at a similar stage of development. The guy used a small part of his power, and the aura fist began to demolish everything in its path at a tremendous speed. The protagonist was incredibly happy, because now his punching power reached 750 kilograms, and now he was not inferior in strength to the masters of the hardening stage. Suddenly, a girl appeared near the hole in the wall who decided to ask if the hero was finished with the pill. The guy immediately approached her and closed her mouth, saying that no one should know about his success in alchemy, because then they would all just be executed. The girl started talking about how as soon as the clan head found out that the hero had become a rank 3 alchemist, he would definitely take them all to the capital, and she didn't understand why the hero didn't want to do that. The protagonist said that he didn't want to be at the beck and call of the main branches of his clan, and he wouldn't be able to stay together with the girl in the capital. Now she seemed to understand. The girl thought that the protagonist had just confessed his feelings, while in fact the protagonist was going to continue to use the girl and her skills for his own purposes. The protagonist thought that his ex-wife was going to organize a banquet in the capital. He was going to take revenge for all the suffering that the girl had caused him in his past life. A while later, his father said that he had heard rumors that the protagonist had done many important things. His father also asked his son to stay in the city as long as possible. The father also said that even if the royal family became his son's target, he would still stay by his side. The protagonist was shocked that his father cared for him so much, and then he suddenly asked for permission to go to the capital to see his grandmother, who would soon be 90 years old. Feng said that he needed his father's permission to do so, and his father said that if the protagonist went to the capital, he would definitely become a target for the prince, and then he would be in danger. The protagonist said that he is a warrior, and he is not going to hide in terror when he hears the prince's name. Suddenly the protagonist started laughing. Then he started attacking his father with his fist, saying that he is no longer a weakling. The father took his son's attack with his palm, after which he was shocked because his son was completely able to recover his cultivation foundation. The protagonist revealed that he had not only grown in strength, he also revealed that 5 of his men had already managed to break through to the 9th level of the Qi and blood stage. He also revealed that the weakest of his men was at the 5th Qi and blood stage, and added that each of them had experience in battles. His father was shocked because before, the strongest guard was only at level 5, while the hero was happy about the work he had done. His father assumed that the protagonist had given away all the fruits to exchange them for self-improvement pills, but the hero calmed his father down and then told him to look at their fields. He showed the fields that were filled to the top with valuable plants, and also said that he had long ago issued a norm of herbs to the clan, and even if he sells the excess will be able to earn at least 100,000 gold. Father was shocked that after the tribute, the protagonist was able to increase the amount of fruit several times. The father tried to check if he was awake and if this was really happening, while the protagonist was proud of himself and the work he had done. The father grabbed his son's shoulder and said that he wouldn't mind if the protagonist wanted to go to the capital. The father asked his son to always stay cool, because if there was a chance to avoid conflict, it was better to do so, and the father also promised to always help the protagonist. At that time, Feng bowed to his father and promised to follow his advice. The main character gathered soldiers before the engagement is still a month, and he was going to be engaged in their training. The girl the guy taught to prepare pills that she would provide the hunters with pills after his departure. Half a month later the main character and his servant went to the capital, officially to his grandmother, but actually to take revenge on his ex-wife. Since that moment 6 days had passed and they were outside the capital, the protagonist was very tired and he was glad that after such a long journey they had time to rest. The servant was also glad to have a chance to rest, because according to the description the place they came to should be very comfortable. The guys arrived at the place and saw a dilapidated city, in which it seemed that even ghosts did not live. The guys were shocked at how terrible the place looked. They were literally broken, because they were hoping to finally have a normal vacation. The protagonist thought about the fact that earlier in this city began to rage demon, which was sent to kill as many as 1,000 warriors. It was from that moment the city was nicknamed the mountain where they kill demons. The protagonist paid attention to the old man. Looking at him, he thought about the fact that people started to leave the city, and only a small number of refugees dared to stay in this dreary place. The protagonist knew that many deaths are not the consequences of bad energy, but only a manifestation of the fact that soon the demon will be reborn, and will come to this world again. The protagonist went on, thinking that no one would believe him even if he told them that the merciless demon would soon return. They arrived at their destination, while the servant began to approach the hero with words that the main clan might want them to pay homage to the fallen ancestors. The servant was incredibly frightened, believing that something evil might happen in this horrible place, while the hero did not understand his servant's fear. Suddenly the servant was grabbed by the skeleton's hand, after which he instantly hung his head down, which surprised the protagonist, who reacted very quickly and attacked the skeleton's hand with a dagger, which immediately hit the rope, which he could not cut. The servant was in a panic. He was incredibly badly frightened and begged the hero to help as soon as possible. Suddenly heard human footsteps that moved towards the hero. Suddenly the voice of a man was heard, who was angry that strangers dared to invade their family's ancestral hall. The people were wearing scary masks, and asked if the guys wanted to stay in this place forever. The protagonist did not panic and began to explain the situation, namely that he is a member of the Qin family. The man asked if the guy was really from the Qin family. The protagonist confirmed it. He was trying to be polite because this is the home of these people, while the guys were out of anger because they just hated all the Qin family members. The servant was shocked that the opponents became even angrier, while the hero didn't understand why these people were acting like this. The man said that they were thrown out by the Qin family to make peace with the Yi family. Everyone was furious, because it was the Qin family that forced them to survive in this horrible demon-killing city. The man pointed his finger at the protagonist who dared to come to this place to point respect to the fallen people. The protagonist thought about the fact that this group of people really could have been cast out of the family and sent to this place. The protagonist wondered what these strangers wanted to do in the end, while thinking that in the past they had formed a force that was capable of opposing the Qin family. The man asked if the protagonist would dare to fight them. The man started talking about how the losers would become disabled or admit the defeat of their family. He wanted to prove that the Qin family is not only made up of people who like to bully the weak. The protagonist expected such a thing and asked if the men would release his men if he won. The man promised that he would free the protagonist's men, and Feng agreed to the duel. The servant was very worried about his master, as he was only now able to regain his strength, while the protagonist said he could easily defeat these guys. The protagonist said that he could see that the bodies of his enemies were pale and thin, and then he said that he would let his enemies strike first. He said that only those who could strike him would be worthy of battle. The enemies froze in misunderstanding, then instantly started laughing, because the hero's words sounded too funny. The servant could not believe that his master was talking such nonsense, while the hero could not believe that any of these guys could defeat him. Suddenly, one of the men launched a fist attack, and the protagonist only had time to open his eyes. But a moment later he found himself sealed to the concrete by an incredibly strong attack. The servant was shocked at what he saw, for it happened instantly. His enemies rejoiced, and considered the protagonist to be an arrogant weakling who was incapable of winning. The man who had struck the blow began to say that they had undergone hellish training, and any master of Qi and blood would die from a single attack. While the servant was shocked by these words, and worried about the protagonist who showed no signs of life, the protagonist was surprised that his opponent was in the body-tempering realm, but he was still alive. Then, with great excitement in his eyes, the protagonist said that he could handle such an opponent. The enemy was surprised that the protagonist was able to laugh after his punch, then instantly appeared in front of the protagonist, saying that he would watch Feng laugh after the battle. Suddenly, the protagonist was able to dodge the enemy's quick attack. Then he began to infuse qi into the stones he had picked up, and attacked the enemy with those stones. The stones fell to the ground while the enemy laughed as he wasn't even hurt, so he assumed that the hero wanted to scratch him. The enemy tried to make an attack while the hero repeated the attack with the stones. Feng laughed at the enemy and asked if it was true that attacks didn't do damage. The enemy couldn't reach the main character, who immediately counterattacked with stones. The man started shouting that the protagonist was a cowardly clown who was afraid to fight for real, just like the rest of the Qin family. The protagonist was smiling because just a moment ago the man was shouting that the protagonist's stones did not do any damage. Then Feng gave a serious look and confessed that now the feeling of pain was going to come. Suddenly the enemy fell to his knees and felt a terrible pain throughout his body. The man couldn't understand how this happened. He didn't understand why he felt weakness in his body. While the other enemies couldn't believe that their older brother had been knocked down by someone who was only at the Qi and blood stage. The protagonist called his opponent an arrogant fool, and then asked if the enemy would fight on or admit defeat. The enemy began to say that he would never admit defeat against a bastard from the Qin family's inner clan. The enemy began to approach the hero with the intention of attacking, while Feng said that the enemy lacked the energy to even strike. Suddenly, the enemy was able to strike, after which he began to rejoice greatly, because he thought he was able to surpass his body. The man noticed that the legs of the protagonist were grabbed, and then he realized that he was able to strike only with the help of another person. The man began to ask his father to let the hero go, because it was not fair and he did not want to win. While the father began to tell him that there was no need for justice in a battle with a member of the inner clan, he also added that the hero was an alchemist who had attacked the man's acupuncture points with stones. He also added that the protagonist was secretly undermining the man's self-improvement, which shocked him. The man couldn't believe that the protagonist was really targeting the man's self-improvement, while the protagonist told the man not to stop, because the fight was still going on. The protagonist started laughing and said that just tapping his feet wasn't enough to defeat him. While the enemy was incredibly angry, he yelled that the hero had come up with a very sneaky tactic and it wasn't right. The enemy was beyond angry. He was saying that the inner clan was full of bastards like the hero. The enemy started to launch an attack with his fist while the protagonist stood still and smiled. Suddenly, Feng was able to jump, after which he was instantly in front of the enemy, after which he grabbed his arm and at a tremendous speed he began to carry out his technique. The protagonist made a powerful kick with his foot, from which the entire floor around began to collapse, as the force of the blow was just at a huge level. The enemy began to cough blood. His eyes turned white, while the man's father could not believe that his iron claws were broken. The servant was incredibly happy, for the protagonist had managed to use the enemy's strength to win this battle. While the enemy was shaking in pain, he kept trying to get to his feet. The protagonist said that the man could not continue the battle, and again suggested that he surrender in this battle. Feng warned that if the battle continued he would simply block the opponent's self-cultivation. The man, on the other hand, with a frantic look, stated that the hero could do whatever he wanted, but he would never surrender to the members of the inner clan. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, said that in that case he would just admit defeat. This shocked absolutely all the people who were in the place. The man started shouting that the protagonist represented the Qin family and by admitting defeat, he was admitting defeat to the Qin family. The protagonist started to say that it was a dispute between them and he can't decide for the whole family. The protagonist added that in any case when one side admits defeat the battle is over, then he went to rescue his men, while the man called the protagonist a shameless man. The guys started to lift their comrade, who was not feeling well. Suddenly the man felt relief in his whole body. It felt as if all his wounds were healed. Suddenly he noticed the stones that were lying nearby. The man had just realized that Feng had used the stones to heal his internal injury. The man watched the protagonist help his man, and realized that Feng had even helped him learn how to use his power properly, and then he had a fit of rage. He thought that in this way the protagonist was trying to humiliate him, because he had not perceived him as a worthy opponent since the beginning of the duel. The protagonist started talking about how they were all part of the Qin family, and then the protagonist got right in front of the man and said that they didn't need to fight to the death as if they were enemies. The protagonist walked up to the monument and then fell on his knees and began to address the ancestors. He promised that he would do his best to make amends for the ancestors' wrongs. The protagonist promised that one day he would restore the family, and there would never again be outsiders in their family. Such words stunned the people who were standing nearby. The man remembered that the Qin family looked at them as weirdos, and mocked them in every possible way. Previously, they were not even seen as human beings and were oppressed in every possible way. Seeing the protagonist, the man realized that all this time he was wrong, and then he began to say that he lost the duel and that now they will not bother the protagonist and his people. Such words amazed the man's father. While the hero thanked him for these words and the servant said that the young master was the best. Suddenly the man received a blow on his back, and it was his father who, while beating the man, ordered to kill the protagonist for him. The man repeated his words that he had lost the duel and was no longer going to fight the protagonist. The old man started yelling that they shouldn't forget what was done to them, and he said that they shouldn't let the protagonist go. The man was taking a lot of blows from his father, but he wasn't going to back down. Suddenly the protagonist intervened and stopped the bat from hitting him. The protagonist said that how the Qin family solves their problems is their business. He asked who gave the old man the right to interfere in this matter. The protagonist, with a creepy look, started talking about how the person who sent him to this place was Qin Dahai's secretary. The old man started saying that he didn't understand who Qin Dahai was, while the protagonist confessed that he had seen the old man in the main clan before, and started saying that he was definitely a member of the main clan who was pretending to be an outsider. The protagonist realized that the old man had deliberately lured him to this place. The protagonist remembered that the material of the chains was royal black gold, which a tramp could not possess. The enemy started shouting that the protagonist had no right to insult him. The protagonist asked if this person dared to stand up to the Qin family, while the enemy couldn't say a word. Suddenly, the old man stopped pretending and was surprised that there was such a smart guy like the protagonist in the Qin family. It turned out that it was really the secretary who was going to defect to the Yi family, and that was the reason why he did so. The old man started yelling that the Qin family was the weakest of the five while the Yi family was the strongest, and he managed to become a member of the Yi family. He started talking in front of all his men that the Yi family had given him a chance. It turns out the condition was to kill the protagonist and provide his corpse at the banquet as a gift, after which he would be allowed to become a true member of the Yi family. The protagonist was amazed that the dog would be so treacherous. The man was shocked that their adopted father had been pretending all this time just to become a member of the Yi family. The old man started yelling that they were all servants of the Yi family and they should be grateful to the family. The old man started saying that anyone who also wanted to join the Yi family should kill the protagonist now. Although the boys were deceived, they realized the benefits of being in the Yi family. The guys started running towards the protagonist with the intention of killing him. All the enemies prepared to kill Feng in the name of the Yi family. The protagonist began to tell the servant that there are ungrateful people, and there are people who are willing to sacrifice themselves for justice, and then the hero began to look gray-eyed and said that it was at this moment woke up the lion, which was a man who looked completely different from how he looked in the battle with the protagonist. The man started screaming with all his might. He was several times bigger than his opponents. The man began to prepare to attack, for even after the truth, these bastards are willing to become the dogs of an outsider. The man was easily able to defeat all of his opponents with literally one attack with his hand. The servant was shocked that the man began to help them. While the hero smiled silently, the old man began to shout that the man was just a dog he had raised and demanded obedience. While the man landed an incredibly accurate and strong punch right on the face of this crazy old man. The old man started flying at a tremendous speed while the man complained that the dog started barking loudly. He started shouting that his last name was Qin and he was a member of the Qin family. Then with a crazy look he started saying that the blood of the victims of the Qin family flowed in his body, and he promised that he would never kneel down and become a dog. The protagonist thought about the fact that as soon as he recognized the group of strangers, he immediately remembered one of these people. It turns out the protagonist knew that the man had incredible talent and strength, and decided to favor him. The man continued to stand in the room, around which the bodies of his kin were lying. Then he turned towards the protagonist with a crazy look, and began to rapidly approach. He looked very terrifying that the servant began to get nervous. He took people's things, then confessed that because of them he now has no place to eat. Then he decided to follow the protagonist because at least so he will have food. The servant was very worried, while Feng said that he saw no problem with the man joining them. The protagonist began to say that if the man would follow him, he would have a bright future, and then they shook hands, cementing the words they had said at that moment. The man said that it was better to starve with the protagonist than to be someone else's dog. while Feng said that they would rejoice together and endure hunger together. Suddenly, the sound of hooves was heard, after which people started talking about all the targets inside, and the order to surround the protagonist and his men was sounded. Feng's gaze immediately changed to the most serious. They were in a huge encirclement, with countless enemy troops beside them. It turned out to be the people from the Yi family. One of the men stood in front of the protagonist and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, and warned that they were just conducting an investigation. The bastard began to talk about how they had received a report that a man who had come to fight the outsiders had been defeated and eventually died. The protagonist assumed that the old man was a puppet in the hands of this young enemy, and was well aware that this was the original plan. The guy started talking with a mad expression on his face about how even though the protagonist had a bit of power in his city, he was a nobody in the capital, and that he had the support of the Yi family. Then the guy pointed to the huge number of soldiers behind him, and said that now his influence had no limits. The man was incredibly frightened, because although he could handle one or at most two enemies of such a level, but against such a large number of them, they didn't stand a chance. The enemy soldiers received an order to attack the protagonist, and they immediately began to execute. The protagonist apologized to the man for the fact that as soon as he joined them he immediately faced such a huge problem. The protagonist started shouting that they would never give up and would be able to fight their way out. The man then said that it was no problem as he owed the protagonist a debt of gratitude and promised to do his best. While the servant was shaking with fear, and he said that together with the guys he was not so scared. Then they all said that as members of the Qin family, they would rather die in battle than surrender. Suddenly a clap of hands was heard. It turned out that it was the same old man whom the hero met as he entered the city. The enemy began to call the old man a crazy drunkard, and ordered to kill him instantly. The soldier instantly proceeded to carry out the order, as a moment before he hit, he received a finger attack from the old man, causing him to start flying just at a tremendous speed straight at the guy. He crashed into the young enemy so hard that his mouth began to bleed, and he instantly ordered all the soldiers to protect him and kill the old man. The soldiers instantly surrounded this mysterious old man, and then they started to approach and prepare to attack together. Suddenly the old man swung his arm, causing a huge number of soldiers to instantly be sent flying. Such power shocked the guys because the old man alone could defeat all these mighty soldiers so easily. The old man began to shout that the Qin family would rather die than live. Then he began to say that his family could not be a slave to another family, and confessed that he had been useless for a long time. Then from his weapons began to come out a huge energy, and he confessed that certainly not today he would be useless. A huge symbol appeared in the sky under the old man's words that he would return to the madness of his youth for a while. All the guys were shocked by what appeared before their eyes. It turned out that this old man was holding a battle flag. Together with it he looked as epic as possible. Suddenly the ground began to rattle. It turned out that this phenomenon was due to the soldiers, who moved in the same rhythm. A moment later, all the soldiers bowed to the old man, and lowered their shields. The enemy army was instantly surrounded by a huge number of soldiers. The enemy was incredibly frightened. As this banner called out the entire Qin family army, he could not believe that this had happened. The protagonist was also shocked, because such an item could only get a person who has done great military feats for the Qin family. It turns out that when such an item is used, the entire Qin family army arrives on the spot, and the owner of the item has the right to declare war at that very moment. The protagonist realized that there were only a few people in his family who had this item. He couldn't even imagine who this old man with the battle banner was. While the soldier waited for this old man's order, the old man silently listened as all the soldiers reported that they were completely under the great master's command, then knelt down on their knees. A bird flew in the sky while the soldiers said welcome back to the old man's family. The protagonist was shocked that the old man turned out to be a great master. It turns out that since no one has reached the divine realm, the peak is just the same as the great master who appeared in front of them at that moment. The old man's strength was respected by all the great clans, and he was a level 6 Grand Master, which was incredible. The protagonist didn't understand why the old man decided to appear, since he had disappeared 30 years ago. At that time, the old man began to talk about how when he was young the Qin family was in decline, and in his time there was always fighting between the families. It turns out that 30 years ago he was bullied by the Li family and he went against them on emotion. Although the Yi family was the first to start the conflict, The Qin family was afraid of retaliation and the old man's team was put on trial. Seeing such weakness in his family, he decided that his family was hopeless, and he punished himself by starting to live in this city, after which the old man began to say that today he saw hope in the protagonist. The old man said that today he had seen all of the protagonist's stamina and energy. The old man with a crazy look began to say that he was officially declaring that the lion had awakened and was returning to his family, and then said that he had raised a flag to announce his return. The old man began to talk about how the Qin family should be united, and that they should threaten outsiders and kill each other. He approached the hero and said that although he was once disappointed with the leadership of the Qin family, but after he saw the protagonist, with a smile on his face, he began to say that he saw in the guy the future of the Qin family. The old man held out a flag, then said that perhaps he would leave the protagonist the right to lead the Qin family in the future. Then the old man said that the army would wait for orders from the protagonist, who was holding the flag at that moment. The entire army of the Qin family bowed and reported that they were waiting for the orders of the protagonist. Then they began to repeat the words that they were listening to the orders of the protagonist, while the enemy, seeing such a terrible picture, began to cry, because he realized that with such strength, the hero could easily cut him into pieces. The man was incredibly happy that the protagonist was able to dispose of the entire army of the Qin family, while the hero thought about the fact that the old man decided to give him the army, but he did not realize whether he had the right to do so. The old man began to ask how the protagonist would deal with those who tried to harm him, after which Feng thanked the old man for his trust, and then said that using the banner to fight a bunch of trash is very pathetic, and the old man asked if the guy wanted to let his enemies go. While the enemy started beating his head on the floor, he shouted that the hero was really a merciful man and begged for his life. The protagonist said he didn't want to start a war because of this idiot, but no one said he couldn't torture the enemy. Then the hero with a crazy look started approaching the enemy, saying he had a better way to punish this fool. A while later, in the third prince's mansion, the guy was wondering about the history of the Qin family battle banner, because he was worried that it would scare his men. The prince ordered the man to find out what was really going on as soon as possible. While the girl started crying and begging the prince not to get angry, she said that everything would be fine and asked the guy to postpone the banquet a bit. The guy started reaching out to the girl and then said that the banquet should definitely be celebrated in a big way. He wanted to make this banquet the envy of the whole town. The girl looked as cunning as possible and said that she was not interested in fame and wealth when the prince was with her. He asked the girl not to think so much about others. Suddenly, a man reported to the prince that the Qin family's army had arrived at their place, which shocked the prince. He couldn't believe the report he had just heard. The protagonist's army surrounded the prince's building, who at this moment was out of anger. He assumed that the Qin family army was planning a rebellion against him. The protagonist said that he had come personally to congratulate the prince on his engagement, while the girl could not understand how the protagonist could survive, because she had asked her brother to eliminate him. The prince was angry, and began to say that they did not invite Feng to the banquet, then ordered the hero to get out as soon as possible. The protagonist asked the man not to hurry, then confessed that he did not come empty-handed. The soldiers put on the ground the body of the enemy, which looked just terrible, and the hero announced that it was a gift that the prince cannot refuse. The man was angry, while the girl couldn't believe her eyes. The protagonist started telling the story of how they saved this pathetic guy from the people in the city where he committed the crime. The protagonist began to talk about how if he wasn't allowed to be at the banquet, he would send this guy back to the residence who would definitely do something terrible to him. People were discussing what was happening in front of them, while a girl started yelling that the hero was talking nonsense and that she had asked her brother to come and kill. The protagonist picked up on the girl's words that she had asked her brother to kill someone, which instantly scared her. She didn't know what to say. The girl asked the prince not to complicate the situation and still allow the protagonist to attend the banquet. The man said that if the girl wants it, it will be so. It is in this way the hero with his new friends got to the banquet of the prince and his ex-wife. The prince was very angry to see that people leave dirty footprints behind them, because it defames their banquet. The servant noticed that the prince was angry and asked the protagonist what they should do next. Feng began to tell that he had a short meeting with the prince and his ex-wife, to whom the banquet was enlightened, after which he said with a mad expression on his face that he would make these people remember the banquet for the rest of their lives, while his companions also had creepy facial expressions inherited from the protagonist. A little while later, The wedding banquet itself began. The man began to introduce his beloved to all the people, saying that he loves her more than anyone else in the world. The man began to praise the girl, saying that she will always be by his side, as well as that she swore to be by his side for the rest of her life. The girl pretended to be embarrassed and turned to the prince. People were touched by these words and talked about how good the girl was, while the servant of the protagonist was out of his mind with anger, because this woman was a terrible person who just used men for her own purposes. The protagonist asked the servant to be a little more restrained, while the servant assumed that the protagonist wanted to forgive her. Feng said that they were much better off instead of fighting, a look that suggested that he definitely had some kind of plan in mind. The protagonist stood up and said that he had been friends with the girl since childhood, and also asked for permission to say some warm words. The girl was very worried and said that the guy didn't have to say anything, while the prince said that the protagonist should start talking, because he wants everyone to know what a good wife he has. The protagonist thanked the prince and with a smile on his face asked all the people to listen to him very carefully. The protagonist began to say that when the Lin family was weak, it was the protagonist's family that helped the girl to grow up, and that was the reason why a marriage contract was even made between him and the girl. All the people were shocked that the girl had a marriage contract, even though a moment ago she said she only wanted to marry the prince. At that time, the guys started playing around and pretending as if one of them was the girl and the other was the main character. Feng said that at one point, the girl fell in love with the prince, after which she didn't want to cause trouble. The girl said that an important person fell in love with her, while the protagonist couldn't accept that she wanted to leave him. It was then that the girl attacked the protagonist and tried to kill him. The protagonist revealed that it was at that point that his fighting skills were destroyed, as well as their engagement with the girl who left him. The protagonist began to talk about how he was just a man who made the girl the way she was. He had no right to interfere. All the people were shocked by such words and started to think the girl was ungrateful, while the girl was shocked and thought that the protagonist was being very reasonable when he tried to pretend to praise her and actually laughed at her. The protagonist did a great job of making everyone despise the girl, and that's why he was smiling. The prince started yelling that it's all a lie, and the protagonist doesn't even know what the girl is really like. The protagonist threw some object, then said that even though he may not be taken at his word, he has the thing. The prince caught the thing that the protagonist threw right at him, not realizing what the guy was doing. The protagonist, on the other hand, with a crazed look, stated that the guy would be responsible for the consequences of using it. The prince was mad with anger. It seemed he could explode at any moment. The girl started saying that the guy dared to insult the prince himself, and the prince was going to kill the protagonist and ordered people to arrest him. The soldiers instantly started moving towards the protagonist, with the intention of killing him, while the guy grabbed the flag. Then he put his feet on the table, saying that he loves to brush his teeth with a big toothpick. Then the guy looked at it with his piercing gaze and said it made perfect sense. All the soldiers were immediately startled, after which they instantly bowed down to the protagonist without daring to do anything. People were shocked that the protagonist had a battle banner, which made all the family members bow down. The prince could not believe that the protagonist possessed such an object, and the girl was very frightened. The prince was informed that the protagonist was indeed the new flag bearer of the Qin family, which angered and frightened the prince at the same time. He couldn't believe that the protagonist was actually able to get the banner. The soldier reported to the prince that they could not act recklessly because the great master himself was sitting beside the hero. He also couldn't believe that this uncouth old man could be a great warrior. The prince along with the girl were very much frightened, and the prince was surprised that the uncouth old man was the lord of the Qin family. While the old man asked what exactly the prince had ordered a moment ago, and asked what it could mean, the prince grabbed the mug, then in a trembling voice began to say that he wanted to offer a drink and enjoy the meal together. He realized that there was nothing he could do. The soldier also said that the hero had deceived them about the boy, but the prince ordered the soldier to shut up, because with the power that the protagonist had now, they were not his opponents. The protagonist looked as epic as possible with his new power and the power he had. The girl was shocked, for now her family was a cause for ridicule, and she wanted to gain authority. She vowed to herself that she would not let this all get away from the main character. The protagonist guys praised his skills at pissing people off, while the hero said he wouldn't be too proud, but he was incredibly pleased. Suddenly, One of the soldiers instantly snatched the banner from the hands of the protagonist, then instantly touched his shoulder, then with all his might put the guy on the floor. The guys instantly asked who it was who dared to arrest the owner of the Qin family banner. It turned out that the man in front of them was the head of the Qin clan, who was ordered by the elders to return the banner to the family. He also said that he was going to take the protagonist who had become a traitor to punish him. All the boys were shocked by what they had just heard. A little while later, in the Qin family's law enforcement room, the protagonist was accused of almost starting a war between the clans because of his actions, after which the old man asked if Feng would admit his guilt. The protagonist calmly began to say that he was not the first to attack, but only retaliated. He did not understand how the elders dare to call him a war criminal. The main character was shocked after hearing this information, while people couldn't believe that the grandmother herself would give the verdict. The servant of the protagonist was frightened because Grandma Lu is the most powerful in the Qin family. She can order anything and no one dares to contradict her. Suddenly there was a man's voice that shouted that he could not think that he would see the protagonist in such a situation. It turned out to be Feng's longtime enemy, who was happy that the hero would definitely go to jail while he continued to live. The man started talking about how he was the first to inform the court that the hero had used the banner. Suddenly everyone started to be told that the grandmother had arrived. The grandmother came out and started talking about how the hero had almost started a war, and had broken the taboos by contacting outsiders who had been exiled long ago. Grandmother was a second-level grandmaster, and she asked the protagonist if he was aware of his actions. The protagonist said with confidence in his eyes that he recognized that he had indeed committed the actions that had just been named. The grandmother began to approach the young man, then with a creepy face asked the reason why the protagonist shouldn't be executed right now. While the protagonist began to smile, then began to say that the family dares to make fun of them, and he was always being pissed off by the laws that this family passed and the people who were kicked out for nothing. The protagonist began to say that the laws of their family were too terrible and that he thought it was time for a change. The old man was angry and started yelling that the protagonist was talking nonsense and called it a rebellion. The grandmother wondered if these reasons were true for such an act. The servant was incredibly frightened. He was worried that the grandmother would order the execution of the protagonist, while the man was happy that now the hero would probably die. Suddenly the old woman hit the chains of the protagonist with her staff. She started laughing and saying that this is exactly the kind of behavior her fearless grandson should have. The protagonist was surprised to see the old woman's reaction, while the other people could not believe that the grandmother would just let the protagonist go. The man started yelling that Feng had committed a huge number of crimes and should be expelled from the family right away. The grandmother began to say that such people as the protagonist is exactly what they need, because only thanks to them will be able to change the laws of their family, which are completely unfair. The grandmother began to speak before everyone present. She explained that a great trait of the protagonist is that he treats everyone equally, even the foreigners who were despised by the other members of the family. The elder was shocked by what the grandmother said, and asked how she felt about the protagonist's judgment. The grandmother remembered that there would be a tournament between the 5 families very soon, and she decided that the protagonist would definitely participate. The elders were amazed by this outcome, because the hero was not only not punished, but also rewarded. The man started shouting that all the seats were taken, and the protagonist should not get something like that, and it violates the law of their family. Grandmother agreed that according to the rules, the seats were indeed occupied. The man started to rejoice that he didn't let Feng benefit, while grandmother said that the protagonist would just take Qin Yulan's place. The man instantly froze in place after saying that. The man started crying because the grandmother had just given his place to the protagonist, while she said that he was a snitch and she just hated infighting. The protagonist thanked his grandmother, while thinking that the tournament was an incredible opportunity to become stronger. Grandma started talking about how she was going to create a youth team, and she was going to choose a group of young people with experience in land development. The grandmother then looked at the protagonist with her piercing gaze and said that Feng would be the leader of the team, which shocked the young man. While his allies were genuinely rejoicing that their master had just gotten a prestigious position, the man was crying with all his might, unable to believe what was happening. The grandmother began to say that the level of the protagonist's leadership would only depend on him, while Feng promised not to disappoint the grandmother. The protagonist was well aware that if he became the leader, he would be able to get great connections and power. A little while later, the protagonist stood near the library and thought that he needed to learn a new technique. The guy started to open the door and then went inside, thinking that although he knows a lot of techniques, it will always be useful to learn new ones. The main character was happy to read books, and thought that someday the day would come when he would read and memorize each of them by heart. Suddenly a man's voice was heard, who was surprised that Feng was hiding in such a place. The enemy began to shout that the hero dared to take his place in the tournament, and said that he intended to fight the protagonist right now. Feng explained that the enemy didn't deserve to fight, also adding that it was the grandmother who gave the man's place to him. The protagonist said that if the man wanted to fight, then let him go to his grandmother, which really hurt him. He started to get very angry. Then he started to tense his muscles so much that his clothes started to tear, and he said that the protagonist was just a coward. Feng looked indifferently at his enemy, while the enemy used a secret technique and became incredibly big and strong. The enemy's men began to say that their master's strength was unbelievable and that Feng had no chance against him. The enemy said that the protagonist should fight him like a real man. Then he instantly began to approach, and was right above the protagonist with the words that he will prove his grandmother wrong. Suddenly, the protagonist instantly slapped the man's face, after which he asked him not to interfere with him anymore while reading books. The enemy's allies couldn't believe that this had happened. The protagonist said that finding the right books was stressful, and warned that if the enemy continued to bother him, he wouldn't see the next day. The guys were very much intimidated by the protagonist's strength, after which they instantly surrounded Feng, with the intention of mobbing him. The protagonist was surprised by such insolence, but he did not think of retreating. The man was glad that his comrades did not abandon him and stood up for him, while in fact the young guys called the protagonist their new older brother. This shocked the man because he was confident in his people. He asked how they could do this to him. They looked with contempt in his direction, and then with the same contempt in his eyes began to say that the position of elder brother should belong to the strongest, and the man did not fall under this characteristic. Such words struck the man in the heart. Feng said that the guys could really be younger brothers, and then said that they should find him some martial arts books. All the guys instantly started looking for the book that the protagonist needed, while Feng was happy that so many people were helping to find books, because it would save him a lot of time. Suddenly the protagonist was surprised that the 5 great families would hold an auction. The guys explained that this was the case. They also said that the auction was necessary so that the families could demonstrate their power. They began to complain that their family had nothing to show, so they decided that their family would end up being just an observer. The protagonist thought that this was very strange because the Qin family was almost equal to the other families, but in the end it was less important than the others. The protagonist realized that the younger generation was disappointed by this and lost confidence in themselves. The protagonist began to tell them that their family was actually hiding their power, and promised them that they would be able to see the Qin family's power at the auction, while he decided that he would exhibit rare pills. The protagonist was walking around, thinking that with his experience he would be able to show all the top class. He hoped to see a great place, but as soon as he arrived at the alchemist's room he saw a dilapidated very small building. The guy was shocked by this turn of events, because inside there was not even a furnace for alchemy. Suddenly the hero heard a voice that greeted him, and began to look in that direction. It turned out that it was a cute girl who was gathering herbs around the neighborhood, and had to help the protagonist, because of which she asked that the guy gave her instructions. The protagonist said hello to the girl, while thinking that the room was given out according to the strength of the herb gatherer, and looking at the girl he assumed that she was the weakest. The hero began to enter the dilapidated building, along with his new companion. The protagonist noticed how the girl was good at categorizing herbs. The protagonist just didn't understand why the girl had such a room, but he also realized that as long as he had a furnace, other things wouldn't bother him. Feng asked what the girl's name was, and she told him to call her Hua Zhu, the flower girl. Suddenly the protagonist was so surprised that he dropped the basin, and then he immediately asked if the girl was the granddaughter of old man Hua, and she said that she was and asked how the protagonist knew her grandfather. The protagonist began to say that her grandfather was a hero, and just could not understand how she got such a terrible house, and asked if the girl is not mocked. The girl began to cry, because her grandfather told a lot about the protagonist, and then they went to meet the grandfather of this lovely lady. The protagonist instantly asked if Grandpa Hua was alright. He remembered that Grandpa was the best herb collector. In the past he was the person who introduced the protagonist to herbs, and without him the guy would not have become the person he is now. In the present, the grandfather looked quite old and infirm. With tears in his eyes, he asked why the protagonist had returned. Feng instantly started to ask about who dared to hurt Grandpa. The girl started to say that the one who hurt Grandpa was Qin Yulan, who after learning that the protagonist had become an alchemist came to take revenge on Grandpa for training the hero. The girl started crying hard, saying that the enemy had also taken advantage of her brother's authority to give them the worst room, and she didn't even have money to help her grandfather. The grandfather began to say that the girl would not cause problems for the protagonist, while the guy looked at her with a sad look, because it was all because of him. The protagonist started talking about how without his grandfather's efforts, he definitely wouldn't have achieved what he has now, then said that he would definitely avenge his grandfather, with an incredibly gray expression on his face. At that time, in the alchemist's largest room, the enemy began to complain to his brother about the protagonist who not only hit him, but also stole his students. While the man began to say that his brother should not worry, because he had already given the hero the worst alchemy room, and this was the first step to revenge. It turned out to be Qin Guang, who was the general manager of the Jiadan District Herbal Gathering Department. He promised to further suppress the protagonist. Suddenly, someone kicked the door with their foot, which instantly made the enemy turn around. It turned out to be the protagonist who had arrived with his new companion. The enemy approached with the words that he was going to come to take revenge on the hero, and he did not expect him to come to this place. A moment later, the protagonist silently struck a blow directly on the face of his enemy, after which the teeth of the enemy began to fly in different directions, and he began to fly at great speed right past his brother. The protagonist was beyond furious, and wondered if this man had hurt a weak old man, and an equally weak girl who had done nothing. At that time, the man was incredibly scared, and asked what exactly the protagonist was going to do. Feng said that they were challenging the man to a weed harvesting contest, and if they won, this room would be theirs. The protagonist promised that if the girl lost, he would personally be at the man's disposal. The brothers were incredibly happy about this opportunity and instantly agreed to such conditions. The girl was very worried. She did not believe that she could win, while the protagonist was confident in the skills of the girl and said that she will definitely win. A little while later they gathered in nature. The enemy said that it was time to collect herbs. The winner will be the one who after 2 hours will collect the highest level of herbs. The enemy introduced the best herb gatherers, and there were more than 10 of them. At that time, the protagonist just believed in the girl, as she was also trained by Grandpa Hua. The enemy announced the start of the competition, after which the pickers instantly started their movement, leaving the girl behind. She was very nervous and couldn't move so fast. She didn't know if she could beat the elite in this competition. Suddenly, the girl noticed an upgrade herb. Then she instantly walked towards it because it was a rank 2 herb. But suddenly a man appeared in front of her and stole the herb right from her hands. The girl accused the man of stealing the herb, while he started to run away with the words that the one in whose hands the herb is in is right. The protagonist said that the girl should not pay attention and just continue searching. If the enemies are together, they will not win. While the enemy began to say that such a fool just cannot be stronger than dozens of people, while the enemy was completely confident in his victory, because such a simple girl just cannot win. While the girl continued to be nervous, every time she found grass it was taken away by one of the enemies, and then in the place where she arrived there was nothing left. The enemies took everything clean. Enemies rejoiced because half the time had already passed, and the girl could not collect even 1 herb. They were sure that the hero lost. The girl was very upset. She blamed herself for the defeat, although the competition was still going on. The protagonist said that there was still a chance. The girl turned towards the guy who started to say that she should use her grandfather's method and use her heart to find the right herb. The protagonist was sure that with such a mentor the girl would not be able to lose. The girl took control of herself. Her eyes were filled with determination. Suddenly she noticed something on the mountain. She instantly realized that it was the plant she needed. She started climbing up the high rock with all her might, her arms suffering from it. While the opponents mocked the girl who risked her life, they were sure that they had gathered all the herbs they could gather. The girl kept repeating in her head the words that she could win, because her grandfather was the best. She began to reach for the herbs, because it was the last hope for victory. After a while, the enemy said that what the girl had brought was a bunch of ordinary grass. He also added that the worst thing her opponents had brought was a first-class spiritual grass. The girl couldn't believe what she had just heard, while the others mocked her. The enemy grabbed the protagonist, saying that the winner of the battle had just been revealed, and promised to hit the protagonist not too hard. At that time, Feng asked the enemies who it was that told them they had lost, then grabbed a torch, and a moment later he threw it on the table where all the herbs were standing. The enemies started shouting that the hero was just trying to destroy the evidence, while Feng said that real gold is not afraid of fire, and asked the enemies to look carefully at the table. The man started shouting that all the medicinal plants had just turned into ashes and pointed his finger at the table. Then they were instantly shocked that one plant remained unharmed. The man instantly started asking his brother if the second-rank medicine that their men had found after burning could turn into a third-level herb. While the man jumped up, for the plant in front of them was more than a third-level herb, for the plant in front of them was a fourth-rank magical herb, namely the fire flow flower. The protagonist smiled at what was happening, while the enemies could not believe their eyes, because in front of them was one of the rarest plants. The protagonist began to tell that this plant looks like dry grass, and is on the mountains, and that to pick such a plant you need not only a great knowledge of herbs, but also have courage. The protagonist grabbed the girl and then asked who was the best herbalist among them. The enemies were out of anger after such a humiliating defeat. The enemy began to ask his brother if the main character's words were true, while the man began to say that it didn't make any difference whether it was true or false. After that, the man instantly turned to the girl to sell him the plant and promised to pay her 500 gold coins for it. All the enemies were shocked after hearing the amount their elder was offering. The girl was very happy about this offer, because this amount would be enough to pay for her grandfather's treatment. Suddenly, the protagonist asked the man to stop saying that he should be ashamed of trying to fool an innocent girl. The protagonist said that such a plant is only sold at auctions, where the people selling it are incredibly skilled herb collectors. The protagonist said that he would pay the girl 10,000 coins, which is twice the market value of the herb, because he wanted to have enough money to buy medicine for his grandfather, and they could live a decent life together. At that time, the enemies could not believe the amount that the protagonist said, because even a man would have to work for 10 years to get such a sum. The enemy had to simply admit defeat to the protagonist. He thought that in the future he could easily get a huge amount of similar plants. The protagonist approached the girl with a proposal. He offered her to become his herbalist, and promised to take care of her and her grandfather. She instantly agreed to the proposal of the protagonist. Suddenly the enemy began to shout that if the girl will work for him, he will provide a room much better, and will provide places much better than the garbage behind him. The girl instantly refused, saying that she only wanted to work with the protagonist. It was very painful to hear the enemy, who already believed that he had gotten the talent. The girl thought that Feng was the first person after her grandfather who believed in her talent. The protagonist was happy that he had gotten a great herb picker, so he would have another incredibly talented worker. The protagonist said that from now on this room belongs to the girl, and asked the uninvited guests to leave the room. They did so and just silently began to leave. At that time, the enemy began to get angry at his brother, because in his opinion it was because of the fact that his brother turned the guys against them. At that time, the protagonist was excited about the furnace that was in this best alchemy room. He was sure that he would be able to create an incredibly good pill. The protagonist was going to use the flux flower in order to improve his power. The protagonist started taking the juice of the plant, thinking that he was going to perform incredibly well in the upcoming tournament. The protagonist began to meditate, and energy instantly surrounded his body. A copy of him appeared in front of the protagonist and emitted a purple aura, after which the copy instantly grabbed the guy's neck. The opponent started shouting that the protagonist couldn't defend anything, and also said that the protagonist should die. At that time, Feng was surprised that such a horrible creature lived inside him. He realized that if this creature killed him, he would really die. The protagonist believed that in any case he would not lose. Then his hand began to fill with energy and he prepared to attack. Suddenly the enemy easily blocked the fist of the protagonist that surprised the guy. The enemy started shouting that he knows the protagonist very well and there is no way he can win. The enemy attacked Feng, saying that the hero is just a coward who hurts others. The enemy continued to deliver a series of blows while saying hurtful things. The enemy was preparing to kick and saying that the hero did not deserve a second chance, and then successfully punched the attack to the protagonist. Feng realized that it wasn't just an inner demon, it was a 100,000 demon that lived inside him. The protagonist realized that the demon was too strong. The guy began to lose consciousness with thoughts that his life was about to end, while the demon was getting closer and closer. Suddenly the protagonist heard the voices of all his loved ones, an image that appeared in the guy's head. Feng instantly regained consciousness and began to scream, then began to shout that he needed to do his best to protect his loved ones in the world. The demon received the first blow and began to cough up blood. Then the protagonist continued the attack with the words that he will never lose. Feng started tearing his demon with the words that he would not lose even to himself. The enemy was instantly destroyed and disintegrated into small pieces. In the real world, the aura around the protagonist began to dissipate. Feng was incredibly happy about his new breakthrough. Now he could easily fight enemies that would be incredibly strong. A little while later, the servant began to talk about the arrival of an elder who most likely wants to cause them problems. The hero was well aware that the old man is not a good man and decided to see what he was doing. The old man started talking about how the hero had sowed trouble in the family and had taken the alchemy room. The old man began to say that they need this room more than ever because the auction is coming up and the protagonist is just trying to ruin it, and then the old man asked what punishment the protagonist should get for such a thing. The protagonist said that he was an alchemist's apprentice and added that he occupied the room only to make a decent pill for the auction. The old man didn't understand the hero's self-confidence because he hadn't been practicing alchemy long enough to get his hands on the best alchemy room. The protagonist pointed to the box, then asked if the men were sure of their words. The servant opened the box under the words of the protagonist that the guys need to see that he had done everything in a few days. They saw before them incredibly beautiful pills that glittered like little balls of gold. They couldn't believe what they saw, for even a good alchemist couldn't have achieved such quality pills. The enemies started shouting that it didn't change the fact that the hero occupied an important room for the family. The protagonist along with his servant blindfolded themselves, after which the hero told the enemies to look at another pill. Suddenly, an incredibly bright beam of light appeared which instantly blinded the enemies. They were just in shock that the protagonist managed to prepare a pill 3 class. The protagonist began to whisper something in the elder's ear while the enemies began to accuse Feng of faking the pill and that he couldn't have done such a thing. While the elder instantly slapped the men in the face, saying that although they were of the same generation as the hero, the difference between them was absolutely huge. At that time, the old man took the protagonist's hands, then instantly said that the room was a gift to the protagonist, then asked Feng to represent their family at the auction. The man couldn't believe that his father had done that to them, while the protagonist thanked the elder with a smile on his face, thinking that this year's auction would be very interesting. The day of the auction came and the man began to say that it was at this very moment that the auction between the 5 families opened. The protagonist watched carefully, while thinking that the auction was a way to show the strength of the family. The protagonist was well aware that only powerful families have the right to vote, and then the prince sitting in a beautiful place offered 40,000 coins for the body-strengthening pills. After he bought a bone bow for 20,000 coins, after which he started shouting madly that his family was paying 300,000 gold for the 7th grade pills. All the people were disappointed because the E family had stolen all the items from the auction as usual, basically like all the times before. At that time, the prince smiled and thought about the day he would make the Qin family lose their face. He dreamed of taking revenge on the protagonist for the shame he experienced at the banquet. Suddenly, his reaction changed because he remembered that usually the Qin family looked embarrassed when they failed, but now they had the face of winners and were confident. The man started to announce that the auction had come to an end, while the man stopped the man with the words that the Qin family had some more items to offer. The man said that there was no problem with that, and if they really had valuable items they really could sell them. The protagonist took out a body-strengthening pill that was much more effective than the ones people had seen before. The prince was confident. A pill of this level was about like 500 level 7 pills that the prince had bought recently. All the people started laughing. After all, the hero had only brought a single pill. They thought the Qin family was a laughingstock. The guys were worried that their older brother was being humiliated on stage, while the protagonist confessed that he came to the auction with more than one pill. After that, whole boxes of similar pills were seen, and the protagonist confessed that there were hundreds of such pills. All the people were just in shock from what they saw because it is hundreds of pills which had incredibly high quality. The prince was angry because how could the Qin family get such a huge amount of pills of 8 times the quality? While the younger protagonist's juniors were incredibly happy, because now their family would definitely be very rich. All the families began to want such pills badly, for such quantity and quality would instantly make all the warriors in the family much stronger. The prince shouted that he was betting 200,000 gold, and also added that anyone who dared to raise the bet would be forgiven by the royal family. All the people were incredibly angry, as this wasn't the first time the prince had used the royal status for his own gain. While the prince thought the protagonist was stupid because he could keep such a good thing for his family instead of selling it at auction, the protagonist agreed to the bid and announced that the family would receive the pills. The protagonist thought that they were just extra pills that they didn't need, while the prince thought that he had gotten the treasure. The protagonist started to announce that he was going to show their main item, after saying that all the people were shocked because they thought the last item was the main item. Feng announced that he was going to sell a grade 3 elixir while the man held a closed box. People weren't surprised by the grade 3 elixir, as there was already a similar item in the auction. They were expecting something more. While Feng started to say that this wasn't an ordinary grade 3 elixir, he smiled and said that they would understand everything once they saw it. Suddenly, after opening the box, a beast-shaped aura began to burst out from the elixir, and it instantly moved towards the people, scaring them very much. Everyone was shocked because the elixir in front of them was an incredibly rare altered elixir, compared to which a normal grade 3 elixir was just trash. The old man was a little embarrassed and very happy. He remembered the moment when the hero confessed that it was not a normal grade 3 elixir. He had done the right thing by listening to the protagonist. While the prince was amazed at what he saw, he assumed that the Qin family had hired some incredible alchemist. All the people began to be incredibly eager to get their hands on this elixir, as it was just an incredibly cool item. At that time, the prince started shouting that he was buying this item on behalf of his father, and added that anyone who tried to take this item would be considered a traitor. The people were shaking with fear and anger over the situation, as the prince continued to take advantage of the fact that he was a member of the imperial family. At that time the protagonist said that he agreed to this and asked the prince for 500,000 gold for this item. The prince considered the protagonist a real fool for selling such an elixir and immediately agreed to the amount of the deal. Suddenly the prince was informed that he had already spent all his money on useless things and he just didn't have enough money to buy this elixir. People laughed at the fact that the prince didn't have the money to buy the item. Then the protagonist asked if it was true that the prince didn't have the money to buy the item. The protagonist started laughing at the guy, saying that he is a real clown who doesn't even have money. The prince was furious. These words hurt him very much. In the end the protagonist was able to sell this item for 700,000 gold. And the juniors said that Feng is incredibly cool. It was at this auction that the Yi family became the ultimate laughingstock. The old man sincerely thanked the protagonist, because it had been a very long time since their family had had such a good time at the auction. The elder promised that he would definitely pay for the hero to bring good fame to their family, and the hero thanked the old man. The old man also asked the guy not to get too excited, because there were enough advantages and disadvantages to being the center of attention. It was on this day that the protagonist shone, and he was remembered by many. For this reason the old man was worried that the guy might become a target for others at the tournament. He said that although the prince wasn't very strong, he had a level 5 bodyguard who could easily defeat many people. There was also a young genius from the Bai family who didn't even fight opponents below level 6, and a girl from the Nangong family who was said to be doomed to defeat anyone she fought. There was also a man from the Situ family who relied on his ancestral fighting style and was incredibly good at killing. The old man started to say that these were the most dangerous opponents the protagonist could have at the tournament, and so he asked the guy to be as careful as possible. The protagonist thought that in fact the most fearsome opponent is the prince, and the elder is wrong about him. In fact, the prince has the ability to hide his power. The protagonist was determined to win, so he was going to work hard on his strength that would definitely show incredible power. 3 days later, the grandmother's birthday banquet was held, and the representatives of the other 4 families arrived. The families sent incredibly large gifts, for which Grandma thanked everyone and said she was honored. Suddenly a girl appeared and started talking about how no one from the Qin family had ever given a decent gift. She started talking about how they just couldn't afford to give something nice. The men were incredibly angry because she was partly right because the Qin family was not that rich. The girl was glad that she was right and was not sorry for having decided to leave the Qin family. Suddenly, the girl turned to hear the voice of the main character, who had decided to give a gift to his grandmother. Feng started talking about how he was going to gift a high-quality body-strengthening pill that had 9 points. The hero opened a chest that contained pills that looked like real pearls. People were shocked, but the price of such pills really wasn't too high. At that time, the girl started talking about how rare it was, and then added that compared to her gift of 300,000 gold, it was no comparison at all. The men said that the protagonist should not have given this gift. They felt as awkward as possible. The protagonist asked why the girl thought he was done and started bragging like that. After that, the main character asked to bring something which surprised the girl. The main character presented as many as 200 high-quality body-strengthening pills, and said it was his gift for his grandmother. The guys were just shocked because 200 such pills cost millions of gold, and it was in fact the most expensive gift on this holiday. The girl was incredibly annoyed. She couldn't understand where a poor family like Qin could get so much money. The protagonist remembered that the girl had abandoned his family right after she managed to seduce the prince. The protagonist started talking about how the girl would not regret her choice later. She started shaking, thinking that the protagonist was trash who didn't deserve her, while the protagonist felt just fine after once again impressing everyone. A little while later in the evening, the grandmother was talking about how since the protagonist appeared, the Qin family had started to surprise the other families who used to laugh at them. The old man started talking about how Feng had done a lot for the family, and suggested that it was fair to reward the protagonist, and grandmother promised to grant one request. The head began to say that the protagonist had been given a great honor, and he should think hard about his request. The protagonist thanked for this opportunity, and then he started to talk about his request, namely that elder you would follow the protagonist to the city, and stay with him for a few years. Such a request shocked all the guys. The man started shouting that it was out of line. He started saying that it was too much to ask elder you to do such a thing, while the protagonist said that he knew that the elder had no more than 3 years to live. The old man was surprised by such information, and then asked if the protagonist was sure that he was dying. The protagonist explained his knowledge by the fact that he was told this by an alchemy master, who also added that there is a way to prolong the life of the old man. The protagonist remembered that in the past the old man had died just after 3 years, and it had a very negative impact on the family and its situation. The protagonist thought that the family still had to rely on the old man, so he should help him live until the family is stronger. The man began to say that if the hero's words were true, then saving the old man's life was tantamount to protecting their clan. The old man started laughing and confessed that he didn't care about his duty. He wanted to live a few more years. Feng thought that the old man would be a great help when they went to the misty forest. The protagonist started talking about his subordinate, who he would also like to include in the list of people who would be going to the tournament. The grandmother began to say that if an outsider were to enter the tournament, it would cause discontent among their family members. The protagonist, with a confident look on his face, said that he would deal with the consequences. A little while later, on a clear day, the protagonist told the man that he would also participate in the competition, while the subordinate was overjoyed to hear the news, as he would also be able to contribute to the Qin family's development. Suddenly, a voice was heard from outside, asking the hero to come out with the stranger. The guys turned towards the voice and didn't understand what was going on. The protagonist came out and asked what was going on. It turns out that the youth of the family was incredibly angry that the hero repeatedly violated the rules of the family, and also takes their places in the tournament. The protagonist with a creepy look said he didn't mind and was ready to fight them tomorrow, while the man called the guys boring. While the guy started yelling that the protagonist is a coward, and is just delaying the moment of his beating. Suddenly, the protagonist's servant, who was completely beaten, was brought to his knees. The protagonist was surprised to see his man in such a state. People began to shout that the man has only 2 ways, namely to give places in the tournament to them, or to defeat them all because otherwise they will kill the poor guy. The servant began to say that the hero should not fight with these cowards, because he needs to save his strength before the tournament. While the enemies started laughing, they thought that the protagonist wouldn't dare to fight them. Then they started beating the servant lying on the floor. This caused the protagonist to become enraged and was ready to strike his enemy, after which the enemy instantly received a series of blows to his body, so fast that his allies didn't even have time to react. The protagonist gritted his teeth with the words that he originally didn't want to teach a lesson. While the body of one of the enemies flew at a tremendous speed, the protagonist with a creepy look began to say that if the enemies were so insistent, he would deal with them here and now. People were very much scared because they were told that the protagonist was weak, but they saw a completely different picture. People couldn't believe that the protagonist was so strong, while the protagonist's subordinate jumped at a great speed, and then with a smile on his face asked if the enemies could win, while they didn't understand what to do. Suddenly, the man landed on the ground, causing a huge shockwave that made the enemies retreat. The enemies started talking about how the man was stronger than they thought, while he instantly appeared behind their backs, grabbed their heads, and said that they had underestimated him. A moment later, the bodies of all the enemies flew high into the air. The protagonist dealt with all the enemies in just one instant, much to the fright of the enemies. The protagonist held the body of one of the enemies by the head, and then with a creepy look asked if the guys want to ask him something else. This really scared the guys because they did not expect that Feng actually turned out to be such a monster. All the enemies that were instantly defeated by the hero were at the body strengthening level of the first and second levels, and the hero defeated them so easily. The guys started apologizing and begging for the protagonist to spare their lives. The guys were incredibly scared, and it was at this very moment that they realized a very simple thing. The strongest of these two was the protagonist, who is actually a monster. 5 months passed, and a tournament between 5 major families began, and a huge number of young guys lined up. The protagonist listened attentively to a man who told them that their family had been at the bottom of the rankings for 20 years. He also promised that anyone who made it into the top 4 would have access to their family's secret techniques. All the guys were very happy to hear from the head of the family, because it was a great opportunity, while the protagonist was excited about the idea of becoming the best at the tournament. The protagonist had been practicing all this time, but he was not able to become much stronger, and his opponents at the tournament will be real monsters, and he was worried about it. People went to the tournament while it was snowing outside. The protagonist thought about the fact that at the beginning of the tournament, the students will be sent deep into the wasteland, where there are a lot of monsters trying to kill people. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed a familiar face in the wagon, then instantly said hello and said that they would be together for the entire journey. While the enemy began to shout that in their last battle, the protagonist was just very lucky. He also started bragging that he would follow strong masters into the wastelands while the protagonist would be alone. At that time, the members of the Yi family called the Qin family a bunch of weaklings, because all they could do was follow them. The protagonist started talking about how these guys didn't look strong enough, and said that the guy better follow him. Suddenly the wheel of the cart lifted up, and then instantly it started to flip over, throwing people out. A huge monster appeared and instantly started eating some of the guys. Feng was surprised that the monster appeared so early. In front of the protagonist was a giant swamp crocodile. The protagonist turned to the frightened guy to not sit still. Behind the protagonist's back, the voices of young men were heard again, calling the Qin family weak. The guy started talking about how the strong fight monsters instead of running away. He advised the protagonist to go home and start crying because of his weakness. The guys instantly started fighting with the words that the protagonist should watch the real pros fight. The young lad admired these guys while they were all instantly defeated by the monster. Their bodies began to rapidly fall to the ground. The guy could not believe that such strong guys just died in an instant, while the monster began to rapidly approach him. He was in a panic and assumed that this is where his life would end. Suddenly the protagonist struck a very strong blow directly on the face of the huge monster. The monster instantly fell on its back, which amazed the young man who was trembling with fear. The guy was crying and couldn't believe what he saw before his eyes. The protagonist had just instantly finished off the monster in an instant and was standing on its body. Feng at this moment looked as epic as possible. Then the hero instantly got down and started moving towards the guy. then grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and started running at a great speed, saying that they needed to get away as soon as possible. The guy was panting, saying that he didn't understand why they had to run away because the hero had just finished with the monster. The protagonist started to explain that the enemy was definitely not alone, and if they had stayed in that place they would have become their food. While the guy began to pale and sweat, and then his pupils dilated from what he saw in front of him. After all, behind them at that moment began to hunt a huge number of the same huge crocodiles, and he began to shout that the hero would run faster. The guy thought about the fact that he used to think that he was the best in their family. Then he looked at the hero and thought that because of such thoughts he treated the hero negligently. The guy began to ask the protagonist why he helps him, and not left for the crocodiles that would buy time. At that time, the protagonist explained that he did so only because they are a family and there is no other reason for him. While the guy was surprised by these words, he reflected on the fact that he had never looked at Feng as a family member. After which they continued to run away under the guy's thoughts that he had a great desire to recognize the hero as an older brother. Meanwhile, somewhere in the wasteland, the prince was talking about how the competition would come down to who killed the most monsters. Then he started talking about how he was going to start hunting, and also said that he was going to kill all the members of the Qin family. One of the men started talking about how they had the right person for the task. Turned out to be one of the best assassins, namely Situ Xian. He began to say that killing was his favorite pastime and he would not leave alive a single insect from the Qin family. The prince was incredibly happy about this opportunity, because with such a person, the protagonist will definitely not be able to survive. While the protagonist heard the screams of some people, it turned out that it was the guys who were now on the hair of death, because they were rapidly approaching the ferocious monsters. The guy began to say that he was very sad for these people, and then offered to leave. The protagonist started talking about how the Nangong family was the only one that was friends with the Qin family, and he was going to lend a helping hand. The protagonist looked at the guy with a gray gaze, then instantly shoved him straight at the monsters. The huge panthers immediately started looking at the tasty guy, while he started crying and screaming with all his might that he was going to die. Suddenly he opened his eyes and calmed down, because the main character stroked these huge cats and asked them not to bite anyone else. The guy couldn't believe his eyes, how Feng had managed to tame the wild beasts. The protagonist confessed that he had used taming pills and put them in the mouths of the beasts while the guy was attracting their attention. Suddenly the guy froze in horror. A panther appeared behind his back and began to cast a huge shadow due to its size. The guy was incredibly scared and asked if Feng had any more pills like this, while the pills were only effective on small monsters. The guy fell to the ground. He was so scared that he couldn't even move his legs, and asked the protagonist for help. The protagonist said that everything was fine and ordered the guy to hold the sword and not to let go of it. The guy immediately grabbed the sword, thinking that the protagonist always saves him in critical moments. While Feng grabbed onto the sword blade and started using the moonlight technique, then he started spinning his ally at a tremendous speed, then instantly sent him flying, straight towards the huge monster. The panther lost its consciousness while the ally was being printed into a tree at a tremendous speed. He started screaming about the protagonist treating him like a tool, which of course he was not at all happy about. While Feng said that they finally finished off the beast, while the guy complained that Feng couldn't use it as he wanted. At that time, the guys from the other family started thanking the protagonist for saving the beast, while Feng said that it was his duty to save the family members who are good friends with his family. The guys started talking about how they will definitely report to the family about what happened and they will never forget such kindness, while the guy started talking about how he helped too. Suddenly the guys were dumbfounded. They looked very strange, then instantly fell to the ground with daggers sticking out of their backs. The main character started talking about how these guys had just been killed by someone. A voice was heard behind Feng's back, suggesting that the hero was the one who outshined everyone at the auction. He started talking about how he didn't think the protagonist would be such a weakling, and then he started talking about how he had no reason to kill Feng and had decided to leave him alone. After saying that, he instantly began to disappear. Suddenly arrows started flying towards the protagonist at a great speed. The guy had time to react and dodge this attack as well as his partner. Suddenly, the voices of people were heard, accusing the Qin family members of killing a member of the Nangong family. The guy started shouting that they were not the killers. A new batch of arrows appeared. The enemy was sure that it was the Qin family members who had just killed his men. The arrows instantly hit the animals that the protagonist had tamed. The protagonist started talking about how they would definitely not be taken at their word, adding that there weren't even any bite marks on the guys' bodies. The ally was incredibly scared. He talked about the fact that although they were surrounded by enemies and completely out of sight, he assumed that their opponent was a girl named Swenkin from the Nangong family, who at this moment was looking at them with her cold, piercing gaze. It is said that those who meet her in battle can only be smart. The guy began to run away from the battlefield very quickly, and warned the protagonist that they should leave as soon as possible, because they have an incredibly strong opponent. The guy running away thought that the protagonist was smart enough to hide from this demon. At that time, the protagonist began to smile, and then began to shout that this bitch should act because she really can easily kill him. The ally was shocked by the words said by the protagonist. It seemed that the guy was looking for his own death. The ally continued to convince the hero that the girl was the strongest of their generation, while the hero continued to stand still. The arrow started flying at a tremendous speed straight into the back of the protagonist's head, who was standing unmoving. Feng recognized that the girl was actually very strong, after which the arrow went straight through the protagonist's body. Feng instantly found himself behind the back of the girl with a demonic face. Then, with the same crazy face, he said that he was able to find this young lady. A moment later, there was a huge explosion at the point of contact. The protagonist was left standing alone in the place where the girl was a moment ago. The guy held his opponent by the throat, and with the most confident look possible asked if the girl was now ready to listen to him. She was beginning to get confused and didn't understand what the protagonist was doing now, while the ally could not believe his eyes because Feng managed to catch Shuiqin herself. The girl couldn't understand how the protagonist could find her on his level, and then said that if the guy wanted to kill her, he should hurry up. The protagonist with a manic look started to say that he didn't come to this place to kill people. But at the same time, the girl was the first to wish for his death. A moment later, the protagonist threw a dagger towards the defenseless girl's head. At that time, the other two members of the Qin family felt terrible. They were covered in wounds and couldn't understand why they were being chased and tried to kill. Suddenly, they heard a voice that warned them not to blame him for what was about to happen. Then a moment later, he appeared behind them and prepared to deliver a decisive blow, saying that the guys should only blame their family. Suddenly, the enemy's dagger collided with a weapon of some kind. It turned out that an ally of the protagonist had arrived and blocked the assassin's attack. The man assumed that the enemy was the bastard who was after his family members. At that time, the enemy could not withstand the man's strength and started flying in the opposite direction. He didn't realize what was happening and continued flying. After he landed, he didn't realize who this enemy was, for although he only had a level 4 body strength, he was able to almost wound him. While the guys couldn't understand why the man stood up for them and saved their lives, the man confessed that this is what the protagonist taught him. At that time, the enemy realized who his opponent was, namely the strongest young man from the Qin family, then said that Feng was dead. He began to talk with a crazy look that he had framed the protagonist, who should have already died at the hands of the girl. The guy was shocked to hear Shuiqin's name, because she was the girl who had simply incredible strength. At that time, the man launched a furious attack saying that such a thing was impossible, because the protagonist was not the kind of person who would die so easily. The man continued to attack saying that the opponent was a liar. Suddenly, the enemy disappeared instantly, then appeared right above him, and warned the man that he should value his own life more. The enemy instantly pounced on the man's back, inflicting numerous cuts. The wounds caused the man's eyes to turn white and he began to fall to the ground. A moment later, the enemy was intact, while the man was also lying on the ground. The enemy began to talk about not worrying about other people's lives while participating in the tournament. The enemy prepared to end the battle with the man's death, and finally said that he should think more about his own life than about others. Suddenly a man's voice was heard, which ordered the enemy not to touch the man. It turned out that it was the main hero, who warned that if now the killer dares to touch his man, the hero will finish him and throw the body to the ferocious monsters. The guys were surprised to see the protagonist. The enemy was surprised that the protagonist was able to survive. He assumed that the girl was too weak. The boys tried to warn the protagonist that he was a legendary assassin. While the enemy prepared to kill the protagonist's ward, the dagger was only a few centimeters away from the man's neck. while the protagonist was close by, ready to attack. A moment later, Feng's fist met the assassin's face, after which the fool's teeth began to fly around. The protagonist looked very angry. He warned the enemy not to even dare to touch the man, while the enemy began to fly at a great speed because of the blow of the protagonist. The enemy began to land on the ground, while thinking about how the hero had such great power in his hands. The allies were shocked that Feng managed to throw such a strong enemy into the air, while the enemy immediately rose to his feet, and a moment later simply disappeared, thus surprising the protagonist. Feng instantly looked in the direction where the enemy was standing and pretended not to realize where he had gone. At that time, the enemy looked at the hero with a bloodthirsty look. He was ready to instantly end this battle with his attack. At that time, the ally began to shout that the man lost because of this trick of the enemy. The enemy began to say that it was too late, then went straight to Feng with the intention of finishing him off. The enemy started shouting that the Qin family lost only because they cared for each other too much. Suddenly the protagonist was at the side of the enemy and smiled sincerely, not understanding the enemy's confidence in victory. The enemy could not understand how Feng managed to instantly move behind his back, after which the shadow of Feng's leg appeared over the enemy's head, and he realized that it would be very painful. The hero made an incredibly strong attack directly on the enemy's head, after which he was instantly printed into the ground with great speed, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Allies could not believe that the protagonist really managed to defeat such a strong enemy, while the partner was not surprised, because he is used to seeing such surprises from the protagonist. The enemy was completely sealed into the ground, while the hero went down to him. Feng began to get angry and wondered how the enemy could think he was a fool who only had brute force in his arsenal. The enemy was shaking from the pain and wounds he received. He didn't understand how the protagonist managed to develop such speed and strength. The enemy tried to attack with long-range attacks because he was afraid to approach the hero, while Feng stood still completely confident in his skills. Suddenly the daggers bounced as if from the air, because the hero continued to stand still. The daggers began to fall to the floor, losing all their power, while the enemy did not realize how the protagonist had just repelled his attack. He assumed that the main character's hidden weapon technique was superior even to his. The allies continued to be amazed by the protagonist's every action, while the partner was already more difficult to surprise, because he had already managed to be surprised many times that day. The protagonist began to approach the enemy at a great speed, saying that the enemy's skills compared to his are just childish pranks. Suddenly Feng was instantly behind the back of his enemy, ready to finish the battle. The enemy began to turn around with intentions of fleeing from the battle, but all he could see in front of him was a huge fist that was flying straight at him at an equally huge speed. A moment later, the enemy flew at great speed and instantly lost consciousness, after which his body began to pierce through everything in its path, leaving behind a huge crater from the impact of the protagonist. Feng said it was a lesson to not mess with him and his family again. The enemy managed to stay conscious. He was shaking from the wounds he had just received. He instantly launched some kind of missile into the air. The ally didn't realize what the enemy had just done, while the enemy looked like a half-alive corpse that said that he had underestimated the protagonist and didn't expect that he was the strongest young man in the Qin family. Suddenly, behind all the guys appeared a huge group of enemies. Near the protagonist also appeared enemies. It turned out that it was the prince, who did not understand why the killer did not finish the job called him to this place. The allies were shocked that the prince came to them, while the hero understood that the prince is the strongest enemy in this place. The assassin confessed that Feng was not as weak as they thought, and asked for help from the prince, who said he didn't expect the guy to be beaten so badly. At that time, the protagonist's allies told him to take his men and run away, because their opponents were on a completely different level. They prepared to fight to buy time for the protagonist to escape. Feng started to say that people should not say stupid things because they are all from the same family and just can't do that. The protagonist turned to the guys and promised that they would get out of this place alive, all of them. Suddenly the protagonist pulled out a strange thing. Then smoke started to fill the sky, to the prince's words that Feng is really a fool, because the army is not allowed in this place. The prince started shouting to his men to kill the protagonist. They instantly surrounded all the allies and prepared for battle. The allies shouted that they should run away as soon as possible because the enemies are much stronger, and there are more of them. The protagonist said that he would take care of all the enemies with a calm expression on his face, while behind his back were several opponents. A moment later, those guys were instantly attacked by arrows. The guys couldn't believe what they saw, as all the enemies started falling to the ground after being hit by the arrows. The enemies fell to the ground at the same time, and then the protagonist and his men were left alone against the prince and the assassin. The prince didn't realize what had just happened to his men. For a moment ago, they were ready to kill the hero. At that time, Feng was surprised that the prince thought he was so foolish to call the Qin family army into the wasteland. Then a girl along with others appeared behind him. Behind the prince and the assassin, the people from the Niangong family also showed up, which surprised them. The girl reported to the protagonist that they had all arrived. The enemies couldn't believe that the girl had sided with the protagonist, while the protagonist was surprised at the enemy's plan to force the only friend of the Qin family to attack them. It turns out the former protagonist did not kill the girl. She was of course very frightened as she thought her life was over. The hero asked her to look at the weapon that killed her people, and then explained that it was a trick of the killer. Because of her mistake, the girl apologized and promised that she would always help if the hero would only ask. Feng said that this is how the girl came and helped to deal with the guards of the prince. The enemies were surrounded by guys ready to shoot at any second, and did not know what to do. The assassin asked the prince what to do, while the prince was incredibly angry and didn't know what to do. The prince started talking about being a member of the royal family, then added that he didn't care about the protagonist and suggested that they just part ways peacefully. The protagonist was surprised at how much the prince has no conscience, because he easily kills others, but as soon as it is his turn to die, he immediately gives the back. The protagonist ordered all the men to open fire on the enemies who couldn't believe what they heard. The prince instantly started trying to run away, leaving his ally to die, which of course he didn't realize at all. A moment later, one arrow hit right into the body of the prince, who seemed to be confident in himself and just as confident that he would get away. A moment later, he didn't understand why he couldn't dodge the arrows. After all, it was usually easy for him. The enemies fell to the ground. While the hero knew that the prince couldn't believe that he couldn't dodge the arrows, the protagonist was well aware of the prince's secret skill, and so he was just as well aware that he needed to finish him off as soon as possible, otherwise they would all die at his hands. The protagonist thought that he had used the smoke for a reason. It was the smoke from the woods that had poisoned the enemy. The protagonist was glad that his ploy had worked, thus slowing down the prince, who didn't understand what Feng was going to do next. While the hero prepared to attack, and after a moment he delivered an incredibly powerful blow right on the head of the prince lying on the ground, causing him to feel terrible pain. The other enemy couldn't believe that this was actually happening, while the girl prepared to finish off the assassin for daring to kill her people. A moment later, the enemy was killed by the girl, after which he fell to the ground without giving any signs of life. The allies could not believe that the protagonist was able to win this battle. The hero was happy that he was able to eliminate two of his strongest enemies. Now Feng was going to start raising his ranking. The protagonist shouted that they needed to catch as much prey as possible, and all the allies agreed with him. The protagonist was glad that now he could hunt in peace, while the enemy behind him started to slowly rise up, slowly radiating bloodlust. A moment later, the protagonist missed an attack that pierced through his body with a sword. The prince began to shout and asked if the protagonist now wanted to go hunting. All the allies were shocked by this outcome of events. After all, they had relaxed. At the time, Feng did not understand how this could happen, because the prince should have died after his attack. The hero tried to counterattack with his dagger. While the dagger instantly knocked the weapon out of Feng's hands, it turned out that the other enemy was not dead, and was still alive and conscious. Feng couldn't believe what had just happened, for two enemies had just literally risen from the dead. The prince pulled his weapon out of the protagonist's body, then started laughing. He started saying that he didn't expect this from the loser Feng. Then he started laughing like a madman and was surprised that the hero made him reveal his main trump card. The girl instantly grabbed her bow, and wondered what the prince would do next, while all the soldiers who had previously died started to rise to their feet in the same way, and the prince said it was his secret skill. The soldiers were instantly behind the backs of their allies, ready to finish them off in an instant. The guys could not believe it, At the time, the hero did not understand how it happened and suggested that perhaps this is a secret skill of the prince associated with his death. It turned out that this skill allowed to turn the corpse into a warrior who is not afraid of death, but the price for using the skill was the life of the one who used it. The enemy began to approach at a great speed. He was going to finish the protagonist and his allies. He was rapidly approaching the girl who was about to load her bow. She managed to load an arrow and with the words that the prince is weaker than her prepared to shoot. Suddenly, a moment later, the prince cut the girl's bow and inflicted a severe wound. She couldn't understand how the prince managed to defeat her in this battle, while the enemy looked incredibly angry and strong. He was surprised that people really believed that he was a weakling who relied only on the strength of his army and family. He had deliberately created such an impression of himself to appear weak in the eyes of the enemy. In fact, this prince's strength was simply terrifying. He was at the 8th level of body strengthening, and confessed that he was stronger than all the guys put together. They were surprised that the prince actually had such incredible strength. The enemy was going to deal with the protagonist. He wanted to avenge the shame that Feng had made him suffer. The enemy instantly pierced the body of the protagonist, which made him fly into the air. The protagonist realized that with his own strength he could not defeat the prince. Only if he could break through he would have any chance against this monster. At that time, the enemy remembered that the protagonist liked to protect his family, after which all the guys were captured by the enemy, and asked to let them go. The prince instantly began to move in the direction under the shouts of the hero that it is not worth it. The enemy struck all of the protagonist's allies, and then the prince started laughing as he finished off all of the protagonist's men right in front of him. The bodies of the men were indeed lying on the ground, and there was no longer a glint of life in their eyes. The protagonist looked at the bodies of his comrades and trembled. His hands began to clench. Then he, with all his strength, began to scream that the prince is a real bastard. The protagonist made a mad dash. He had promised his comrades that he could save their lives. It was very frustrating for the protagonist. The enemy was easily able to stop the attack of the guy with a sword blow that Feng flew into the air. The enemy was incredibly happy. He thought that very soon everything will be over and his revenge will be accomplished. The protagonist was well aware that now he was likely to end. The sword stabbed into the human flesh, which should have been the end. Suddenly the protagonist opened his eyes and saw that his subordinate jumped up and took the blow on himself, thus saving the protagonist, who did not expect such an act. The protagonist looked at his partner, who was stabbed with a sword, while the enemy was surprised that someone was able to survive his first blow. The guy turned to the protagonist. Although his body was shaking from the pain, the guy began to say with a smile on his face that he trusts Feng after all. He believes that in the future he will definitely be the one who will manage their family well. After saying that, the enemy pulled his blade out of the poor guy's body and his body fell to the floor. He said that the protagonist should run away with all his might. At that time, Feng couldn't believe that such a thing had happened. Once again someone died protecting him. Tears appeared in the eyes of the protagonist. He was furious at what had happened. A few hours ago Feng had talked to this guy. He asked him who he wanted to follow. He told him that he was willing to fight for the person he could trust the Qin family with. The protagonist laughed, saying that the guy was very fearful and he was hardly able to sacrifice his life for someone. He shouted that if the person he could trust was in danger he would definitely risk his life. After that they walked and continued to discuss the topic. And now the guy was lying on the ground. He fulfilled his promise and died for the person he trusted. The main character started to crawl to the guy, thinking that such a great guy died because of him. At that time, the girl through tears began to shout that the protagonist began to run as soon as possible, because if he does not do so, the sacrifice of the guy will be useless. At that time, the enemy prepared to attack. Then he attacked and the hero from death separated only a few centimeters, while the enemy was incredibly happy. Suddenly Feng grabbed the blade with his bare hands and froze. Such a shock the enemy, who did not understand how the guy is able to stop the blade with his hand. The hero began to say that he had enough of it all, and then with a saddened look he began to say that this time he will definitely not run away. After these words the blade of the opponent instantly broke, which naturally frightened the prince, who certainly did not expect this from a half-alive guy. Feng looked like a real madman, and prepared to strike with his fist, then instantly hit his enemy, and the blow had such a huge force that the shockwave was scattered over a great distance. The enemy didn't realize what was happening. how the protagonist's strength could increase so much, while the other enemy attacked the protagonist from behind, hoping to finish him off. Feng instantly switched his attention to the enemy and was right in front of him, then made a strong attack that instantly threw the enemy a long distance away. The girl did not understand what had become of the protagonist's level of development. The enemy was surprised that the hero had just been able to kill that guy. He realized that Feng's strength had increased too fast. The protagonist shifted his attention back to the prince, then instantly moved a huge distance. It was just an insane speed. After that, the protagonist struck his worst enemy's face, and he started flying at a great speed, leaving his teeth on the way. The protagonist was not going to stop and was getting closer and closer to the enemy, which frightened the prince. Feng grabbed his enemy's arm and then started breaking it with all his might, which caused immense pain in the prince, who didn't understand the source of such a sudden jump in strength. The prince began to scream in pain. His arm was broken. The prince began to realize a very scary thing, namely that now, if he continues to fight, he will definitely die. The protagonist looked like a real beast. It seemed that, in such a state, no one could defeat him. The prince ordered all his men to destroy the protagonist as soon as possible, and then the whole army instantly attacked Feng. The girl shouted that the protagonist should run away, because if he continues to fight in such a state, he will definitely die. Suddenly, in her eyes froze sadness from what she saw. The enemies instantly struck from all sides of the protagonist. The enemy didn't understand why Feng didn't run away, because now he might die, while the protagonist said that he often ran away when facing strong enemies, and then regretted very much. He decided to never regret his actions again. The protagonist started to get up, while saying that even if he died that day, he would definitely drag the prince to the grave with him. Then the soldiers continued to try to suppress the hero, but they were not doing well, while Feng grabbed the prince, then instantly with the prince's body beat back all the soldiers who surrounded him, then sent the prince into flight, and he nailed one of his soldiers to a tree. The protagonist shouted that the enemies would attack and swore to destroy each of them. Then, with madness in his eyes, asked the enemies which of them would be able to kill him. The protagonist went on a furious attack, attacking every enemy on his way. The prince just did not understand why the protagonist does not die, because his wound was definitely fatal. From the outside began to seem as if death itself bypasses the protagonist. In the past, in the imperial training room, the prince asked his father if they were the kings of the world, but his father laughed, because the real kings of the world are those who have the aura of an emperor. He told his son that if the boy met someone with such an aura, no matter what level he was at, he should be afraid of such an opponent. The boy then marveled that even his great father was afraid of such people. In reality, the prince assumed that the protagonist was a person with an imperial aura. Feng shouted at the soldiers and ordered them to fight on while they ran away, terrified of Feng's aura. The prince was incredibly scared, because even the zombies were afraid of the protagonist. He definitely possesses an imperial aura. The girl was very worried about the protagonist, for with so many wounds, even if he killed the prince, he would die of exhaustion. The girl shouted to the protagonist that there was no point in dying like this and said that there must be another solution to this situation. Feng talked about how the prince dared to kill his family members, for which he just had to take revenge on the bastard. The protagonist prepared to attack, while asking the girl what other solution to this situation could be. As the protagonist began to launch his incredibly strong attack, the girl froze in horror and didn't know what would happen next. Suddenly the protagonist stopped at the last moment. The prince was crying and looked terribly pathetic at this moment. He did not understand why the hero stopped his attack. The protagonist realized that there was a way to solve it differently. Then he told the prince that there was a way he could live. He then gave him a creepy look and said that it was possible if the prince obeyed what he told him. A little while later in the cave, the prince looked absolutely horrible. He looked like an old man who had lived for over a century. He swore to do what Feng wanted and begged for his life. The protagonist ordered him to fail right now, and he instantly began to run away at great speed. At that time, the girl did not realize whether the guy was able to forgive the prince. Suddenly, the girl's attention was attracted by something very much. She noticed that all his family members survived. Then she looked at the protagonist. She did not understand what was wrong with him and asked if it was related to his wounds. The protagonist thanked the girl for the words she said. This surprised the girl as she didn't expect to hear gratitude. While Feng cried and smiled, He said that one day this act could save the lives of his family members, and thanked the girl again. The girl was shocked by the protagonist's reaction to the deaths of family members, because she had seen the deaths of her kin since childhood and stopped paying attention to it, while Feng actually cared about his family members. The protagonist asked the girl if she could take care of his people for a day. She didn't understand what the protagonist wanted to do. Feng confessed that he was going to go to the vast sea of flowers, while looking gray-eyed. The girl was very scared. She said that it was an incredibly dangerous place that even the imperial family did not dare to enter. The protagonist explained that he had reasons to go to that place, then reminded that his family would now be on the girl. In fact, the protagonist knew that there were legendary materials in that place, from which he could create a cure that could save his family members. He set out on his journey, for it was the only way to save the lives of his friends. As the soldiers searched for the prince, they were shocked to see what the prince looked like, for he looked like an old man. The prince grabbed the soldier's face and then thanked the misunderstanding soldier. A moment later he started sucking the life force of this poor subordinate, and he started to look like a mummy. While the prince returned to his normal appearance, he thought that he was unable to defeat the protagonist head-on and was going to use stealth. He told the soldiers that they needed to destroy the protagonist. At that time, some strange barrier was raised in another place. The guy was fighting incredibly strong monsters that were trying to finish him off, while he climbed a tree thinking that even he, the strongest in the Bai family, couldn't handle these opponents. He was a level 6 body-strengthening expert, and was now sitting in a tree hiding from the monsters. Suddenly, he noticed the main character coming closer. Feng looked as gray-haired as possible, and was coming closer and closer. The guy asked Feng if it was Feng, while the hero completely ignored the guy and continued on his way. Feng came closer and closer to the monsters that the guy couldn't handle. The guy started shouting that the hero had better retreat, otherwise the monsters would attack him, and they were incredibly strong. The protagonist didn't listen to what the guy was saying, while the monsters were getting closer and closer. The protagonist grabbed one of the monsters by the throat, which shocked the guy who was watching from the side. Feng instantly slammed the monster to the ground with all his might. The impact was incredibly strong. The other monsters didn't seem to expect such a thing from their opponent, while the hero instantly grabbed the other two monsters by their heads, then instantly slammed them against each other with incredible force. Feng began to say that anyone who stood in his way would be instantly destroyed, after which, he let go of the body of the monster that had already been killed. The guy could not believe what he saw in front of him, because the protagonist did not just destroy the monsters in one move, because even the aura of the protagonist right now frightened so strong monsters. Feng continued on his way without obstacles, for the monsters simply began to fear him. The guy started shouting to the protagonist that he would not touch the thing in front of him, because even level 4 alchemists could not cope with it, and eventually turned into these monsters that were next to the protagonist. At that time, the protagonist didn't listen to the guy at all and touched the thing, then shouted with all his might that it would open. Suddenly, the symbols began to move, and a few moments later, an incredibly bright ball that emitted a golden aura appeared in front of the protagonist. The guy couldn't believe that the protagonist had managed to break such a thing, because even a level 4 alchemist couldn't do such a thing. He just didn't understand what kind of monster Feng really was. The protagonist knew that the legendary herbs grow at the end of the Sea of Flowers, and he was going to find this place as soon as possible. The guy opened a passage and thought that he would definitely get to save his people, as suddenly his view changed dramatically. He froze on the spot because in front of him was a completely empty field. The protagonist couldn't believe that there were no legendary plants in this place, so he started to run with all his might and explore the place in the hope of finding what he needed. The protagonist thought that he just had to find these plants. He can't come back empty-handed. Just at that moment his foot fell into a trap, and the protagonist's body was instantly enveloped by vines, and Feng didn't know what it was. The protagonist realized that this was that legendary Ding Tao formation. Suddenly, a very strange voice was heard that didn't understand how the guy dared to invade the Sea of Flowers, while Feng assumed that it was the voice of the Sea of Flowers itself. The protagonist started shouting that he had only entered this place to find medicine for his friends. While the voice didn't believe Feng's words, it thought the guy was just a common thief. The protagonist said that he really just wanted to save his friends and promised to do anything if the Sea of Flowers would help him. while the Sea of Flowers asked if the protagonist was willing to sacrifice his life to save his friends. Such a question shocked Feng, who didn't know what to say to such a question. The protagonist lowered his head, then said that such a thing was impossible. The Sea of Flowers believed that the hero wanted to save people, but he was not able to sacrifice himself for them. It believed that the hero was only able to talk. The Sea of Flowers started to say that Feng definitely has an incredible talent. That was the reason why it decided not to kill him and just let him go. The protagonist began to say that the problem was not that he was not willing to sacrifice his life, but that if he sacrificed his life, there would be no one to save his friends. The protagonist started talking about how he is the only one in the world who can save his friends, which is the reason why his survival is so important. The protagonist starts talking about how the plant can inject poison into his body and kill the protagonist right after he heals his friends. The plant started laughing at the fact that the protagonist really thought it was incapable of healing his friends. The plant agreed to the protagonist's proposal, namely that it inject poison into the guy's body that would kill him right after he helped his friends. The plant started to say that if it found a single drop of regret in the protagonist, it would kill him instantly. While the guy was completely calm, he certainly did not expect that life would lead him to something like this. The protagonist thought about the fact that he might just end up turning into a monster, while the plant was about to inject the poison. The protagonist started to smile, because before becoming a monster he would have time to save his dear friends. The guy closed his eyes, thinking that he was happy to be able to save his dear ones. A moment later, the protagonist began to think that everything around him became empty. Suddenly the protagonist found himself in a space with a huge number of colors. Feng didn't understand what happened because just a moment ago, this place was a barren land without a single plant, and now the field is completely filled with flowers. Suddenly the sea spoke and told him that everything that was before was an illusion. The Sea of Flowers congratulated the protagonist that he was able to pass the test and was surprised that he was really ready to sacrifice himself for his friends. It turns out that this spirit is conducting this test to keep this place out of the hands of evil people, and then the spirit allowed the protagonist to take absolutely anything he wanted, which shocked Feng. The protagonist thanked the spirit sincerely, and then he thought that the spirit power of this place could not be underestimated. The protagonist was surprised because all the plants in this place were of the highest quality, and he had already obtained the materials he needed, so all he had to do was to find a furnace to cook and make the medicine. Suddenly the spirit turned to the hero and said that he was able to help him. Then instantly in this place appeared a furnace, which was so much lacking in the guy. The protagonist rejoiced because it was a ground-level furnace. The protagonist was looking at a great furnace. With the help of it he would be able to create a first-class medicine. Feng began to thank the spirit and promised that he would never forget the kindness he had received. The spirit said that it would not interfere with the guy's work and promised to talk to him later. While the other participant of the tournament continued to sit in the tree, he thought about the fact that the protagonist had died, and he had warned him. Suddenly, the ground began to shake very violently, and then the guy was very frightened, not knowing what was happening. It turned out that it was a huge wave of monsters, which was rapidly approaching him. At that time, a huge number of people gathered on the western border. They were arguing about who could win the tournament, and everyone believed in their participants. Suddenly a man started running towards them and started screaming. He reported that something terrible had happened in the wastelands. He also said that there was a wave of monsters and said that most likely all the people inside the forest would die. The heads of the families were astonished by the information they had just heard. At that time, a huge crowd of animals were moving in the middle of the field of flowers. Suddenly the main character started coming out of the portal. The guy started to warn the protagonist that it was very dangerous to go out now, because there were a huge number of strong monsters around them. The protagonist began to say that he cannot stop, because his friends are waiting for his help. Then he immediately went into a furious attack, and a strong blow sent one of the strong monsters into flight. Other monsters were mad and instantly headed towards the hero. Suddenly the guy faced an incredible picture, namely how the protagonist destroys with ease each of these monsters. It seemed as if Feng was a monster much scarier. The protagonist was confidently smashing through the endless number of monsters that were moving at an incredible speed. The guy was very frightened. Everyone thought he was a genius, but compared to the protagonist he was just a patsy. He instantly jumped to get out of the place, following behind the protagonist. While the head of the Qin family tried to go into the forest to save his men, while the servant stopped him because anyone who gets into such a situation will surely die and no disciple can survive in this hell, so the soldiers tried their best to stop their master. The head began to shout for them to let him go instantly, while they tried their best to hold the man back. Suddenly the voice of the prince was heard, who was surprised that head Qin believed that someone was still alive in that hell. Then the prince began to say that he was the only one who could get out of that place. No one else could definitely survive. People were incredibly happy that the prince had managed to survive. They called him a legend because he was able to survive the wave of monsters. While the head of the Qin family couldn't understand how the prince was able to survive alone, while the prince threw the sack on the ground and talked about how it wasn't just an accident, then said that he had even brought back loot from that place. The man was astonished after seeing the contents of the bag, namely dozens of monster crystals. The old man started laughing and said that although the crystals were very expensive, the prince's return was much more expensive. The heads were saying that because the prince was the only one to return, he would definitely get the first place in this tournament, while the head of the Qin family just remained silent. He was incredibly annoyed. He couldn't believe that everyone who was sent from the Qin family had died in that place. Suddenly the voice of the main character was heard, who didn't understand why the head was so sad. The other chapters were just shocked to hear the voice of someone else. A cart was driving down the road, after which a young guy started talking about how he was barely able to sit on his butt. People couldn't believe their eyes. After all, such a huge number of people had gotten out of that furnace. It was simply impossible. The head of the Qin family asked the hero how they were all able to survive in that place and come back from it. The young man began to tell that no one in their family died and it was all thanks to the protagonist. He said that they almost died because of the battle, but Feng came back to save them all. The protagonist saved not only his people, but all the people who were lucky enough to survive in that horrible place. The girl started talking about how Feng had saved dozens of her people from the monsters. The young boy also added that the hero had also saved many people from his family. People were very angry since so many people had survived but not a single member of Situ and Ye's family. The prince was mad because he had deliberately caused a wave of monsters, and as a result it was his family that suffered the most. The old man began to say that it didn't matter how many people survived, it only mattered how many crystals people had mined, then asked how many they had mined. The guy said that he had collected 25 crystals, while the girl said that she had collected 28 crystals. The protagonist said with a sad face that each member of their family only had 5 crystals, while the guys laughed behind his back. The head told the hero not to worry, because the most important thing is that they came back alive and well, while the prince laughed, because it's only 5 crystals. Suddenly, the voice of a subordinate of the protagonist was heard, which made the prince look in that direction again. All the guys started talking about how they wanted to thank the protagonist, and Feng asked if everyone was of that opinion. All the family members started talking about how Feng was actually the only one who collected the crystals and collected about 300 pieces, then distributed them among the family members, and they were determined to return the crystals to the protagonist. The girl started saying that her family was witnessing while the guy called the hero the strongest man of their generation. The old men were shocked that just one man was able to get his hands on as many as 300 crystals. At that time, the protagonist looked at his men and didn't know what to say. The guy confessed to the girl that he had actually gotten most of his crystals by picking them up after the protagonist, and asked if the girl had done that. She confessed that she had gotten the crystals herself and asked what the guy had been picking up. He started to get embarrassed because he thought that the girl had been picking up the crystals behind the main character just like him. The head said that he was very happy that all the members of the Qin family had returned alive and well after all that had happened. He asked the elder to announce the results of the tournament. The elder was incredibly angry as he thought it was a terrible humiliation. And then he began to say that the first place winner was Feng, who had collected 300 crystals. All of the protagonist's allies were incredibly happy for their comrade, while Feng himself was smiling. The prince came in second place with 30 crystals and this made him very angry, while the girl came in third place with 28 crystals. Bai Ling came in fourth place with 25 crystals. While the Situ family had no survivors, so it only ranked fifth. The head congratulated the protagonist on his victory, then said that Feng would be instantly appointed as the commander of the new youth team, as well as his own spiritual lance. The protagonist thanked the head for allowing this to happen, while other people even from other families cheered for Feng. The protagonist asked the head for permission to return to his city, which seemed to surprise the man a bit. He didn't understand why the protagonist didn't want to stay in the capital on his new lands, and the protagonist still had his secret family tequila waiting for him. The protagonist began to talk about the fact that the technique he intends to postpone for later, and land to open plans in his city, he wanted to seriously engage in the development of the city. The head gave permission to the protagonist, and then began to say that it was time for them to return home triumphantly. Such words made the royal family very angry as they were only ranked second for the first time. While the Qin family members were incredibly happy that they were able to win, they thought that it was just a great battle. The next day it was time for the protagonist to leave the capital. The subordinates were surprised that the guy was leaving the capital so quietly, and he said that he didn't think he was that important, then confessed that they had met a lot of people in this place. The guys were shocked that they were leaving and no one even knew about it. They were a little sad to leave their new friends. Suddenly a voice was heard behind their backs saying goodbye to them. It turned out that it was the clan members who had gathered together to say goodbye to the main character who was leaving the capital. Altogether, they were repeating the phrase, Feng squad leaving the capital. Even the girl's family was saying goodbye to the protagonist. The guy's family was also not an exception and also expressed respect like other people. The protagonist did not expect to see such a thing on the day of his departure, while the guys also did not expect everyone to come to see them off. Suddenly heard the voices of acquaintances, who said that you cannot quietly leave without saying anything. It turned out to be a young man who said that the protagonist wouldn't be able to use the human sword without it. Feng somehow emotionlessly reacted to the gesture of the people while they introduced themselves, then instantly bowed and asked to join the team of the protagonist, then confessed that they had already received permission from the head. Feng told the guys to listen carefully to his first order, then asked them if they were ready for the incredible dangers that awaited them, as they were the first to join. The boys were determined to follow the protagonist to the very end, after which Feng immediately got on his horse and ordered them to follow him. The protagonist announced that they would achieve success together and be recognized by the world, and all the subordinates followed him. After half a month, the protagonist returned home and the girl hugged him with all her might. Since the protagonist knew the future, he began to build defensive structures to protect himself from the wave of monsters that would await them in the future. The old man used the pills of the protagonist, which prolonged his life. But the information that the protagonist took control of the Misty Forest quickly reached the other clans, which closely followed what the protagonist was doing. The forces of other families had also appeared in the city, making it very different from what it used to be. The protagonist stood with his team at the entrance to the forest, and thought that whoever could get the forest first would have a huge advantage over the others. The protagonist rejoiced as he knew the location of the spiritual lands in the forest because of his memories, and with his new powers, he could easily be the first to obtain them. The squad members were fully prepared for the upcoming expedition, and the support staff was also eager to start their mission as soon as possible. The protagonist began to lead his men on their way. Absolutely everyone was happy about what was happening. Suddenly the protagonist was blocked. They said that the hero's team was the first to start exploring the forest, and then they said that this path was lent by their family situ. One man came out of the crowd and ordered the protagonist to hand over all their cards, then warned that if they did not obey they would be lost forever in the forest. He could say that because he had the 9th level of body fortification. The protagonist ordered the men to stand still, then assumed that the enemies were a large unit of the Situ family. The protagonist's boys prepared for battle, because they simply could not give such an important route to this family. The enemies prepared for a massacre. Then their head said that the guys do not blame him after what happened. The protagonist instantly intervened and stopped the argument. Feng said that as a sign of decency he would give their route to these guys. Their leader called it nothing but prudence, then said that the protagonist and his squad would take a different route. The opponents started to leave, and one of them called the protagonist a fool from the Qin family. The protagonist's squad didn't understand why he gave up their route so easily, while the protagonist said that the long route would be fine, and then he started to think that he gave up the route not because of fear, but because he had discovered something. 6 hours passed, and the team continued their movement. The girl said that in the Misty Forest resources belong to the first one who finds them, and she was worried that they might not make it in time. The protagonist started talking about giving the map to the opponents because he felt demonic pressure along that route. The guys were shocked at what they had just heard from the protagonist. The protagonist talked about how monsters were no ordinary beasts, and if the opponents ran into them, their chances of surviving were not good at all. The protagonist said that most likely right now the Situ family is fighting for their lives. At that time, the head of Situ's squad was lying on the ground covered with wounds. He screamed in terror when he saw the monster and hurried to escape as soon as possible. While the monster had dealt with all the squad members and was preparing to eat one of them right now. From that moment 3 hours passed and the main character told the guys that they will arrive at the place very soon. The guys were the first to arrive and saw the incredibly beautiful views, the girl talking about how the place was really very beautiful while the man was surprised that they were really the first to arrive. The protagonist checked the land and was happy that no one had developed it and there was no problem with poisonous gas. So the place was perfect for growing spiritual herbs. The protagonist was going to build a permanent base here so that they could stay inside and not leave the misty forest. The protagonist ordered animal repellent powder to be scattered around and said that they needed to make a temporary base. The man began to say that the Situ family squad was probably dead. He thought it was punishment for what they had done to them. Suddenly, the demon appeared right in front of the guys, but they didn't even notice it and kept talking among themselves. The monster instantly reached out to the people to attack, while the man instantly blocked the attack of the monster, which saved his people who were very scared. They didn't realize what kind of scary creature was in front of them. The enemy looked incredibly creepy, while the man said that he would hold the enemy while the guys had to run away. Suddenly the man began to be hit by some kind of gas, whereupon he immediately grabbed his throat, dropping his weapon and allowing the monster to attack. The guys were worried about their colleague, but instantly the protagonist appeared and struck directly at the monster, at the last moment before it killed his subordinate. Feng asked the man to be careful because their opponent was a zombie monster. The men started to help the man up while the rest of the squad arrived at the scene of the commotion. The protagonist ordered his men to move away. He was going to deal with this monster alone. He understood that the monster's strength was at least at the 9th level of body reinforcement. The protagonist didn't understand how a zombie monster could appear at the edge of the misty forest. While the enemy was preparing to attack, the protagonist realized that most likely a lot of people just scared the monster and he ended up going out to hunt. The opponent threw a punch, which the protagonist easily dodged, after which Feng pulled out a throwing weapon, then instantly pointed it towards the opponent. Suddenly, the dagger broke from colliding with the monster, after which the enemy instantly turned his attention to the protagonist and watched with his creepy eye. The protagonist didn't understand why he couldn't pierce the skin of this monster. It was beginning to seem to him that he was simply unbreakable. The enemy launched a strong attack that hurt the protagonist. Feng began to realize that he had misjudged the enemy's strength and the monster was actually much stronger. Looking at this enemy, he assumed that it could possess at least the strength of a first-level grandmaster. While the enemy once again successfully attacked the protagonist, making his subordinates very worried about their master. The protagonist ordered his men not to approach, while thinking that he couldn't deal with such a strong opponent. He felt the same sense of imminent death as he did in the battle against the prince. Suddenly the body of the protagonist began to cover with a red aura. He was going to fight for his life and the lives of his subordinates. The protagonist started to look like a demon again. He was not going to give up against this monster. Moments later, the guy launched an incredibly powerful attack on his enemy, who clearly did not expect such power. The protagonist began to rapidly approach the monster, after which he instantly grabbed the enemy by the neck with his hand, then pressed the enemy to the ground, while emitting a red aura. This surprised the protagonist's subordinates. They were worried about Feng's condition. A little while later, the monster's leg and arm were in chains. In fact, they had completely tied the enemy to the tree with strong chains. The man could not believe that the protagonist had just destroyed such a strong enemy, while the protagonist began to explain that the monster's skin was incredibly tough and could not be killed easily. So the protagonist said that it was only a temporary measure. The protagonist thought about the aura and the feeling he gets when he is on the verge of death. And then Feng decided that there is nothing wrong with energy that helps him cope with difficulties. So Feng ordered people to build a base as soon as possible, and he was going to deal with the monster later. At that time, outside the misty forest, people were discussing that the Qin family and Situ family had gone into the forest a long time ago and still hadn't returned. It was after these words that a group of people began to come out of the forest. namely the research team of the main character of the Qin family who took a huge amount of supplies with them, while the head of the group, Situ, returned alone, begging people to help him. The guys shouted that the protagonist's team was the best, as they always returned without loss. A man started shouting that the hero had deceived him, because the Qin family's team had returned fully intact, while he had lost all of his men. The man began to explain that they wouldn't have dared to deceive Situ's family, and said that they had also met the monster just like Situ. The servant began to boast that the protagonist was able to defeat that horrible monster, while the man couldn't believe these words and continued to believe that the Qin family had just deceived him. At that time, the soldiers continued to build a huge stone wall, while people were surprised by its size and fortress. The girl assumed that the Qin family was planning to build fortifications in this place. Turned out to be Yu Xiaoxiao, who had Qi and blood level 9. She said that she had heard that the strongest group in this city was the Qin family group. Suddenly, there were voices of people who didn't understand why the Qin family was allowing themselves to build a wall in this place, and the girl was watching carefully to see what they would do. It turned out to be the Fire Mercenary Guild, who prepared a huge cannon before firing a volley. A moment later, a huge number of arrows began to fly towards the wall, causing it to collapse, and the people who were working on it began to fall down. The girl began to ask what these people were doing, as there were still members of the Qin family at the top. Wanli instantly arrived at the place and asked who it was that dared to raise their hand on their people in this city. He carefully looked at these people, while the commander of these enemies started talking about how the Qin family dared to build a wall in this city, while the man started talking about how he only started building the wall to protect the city, which was exactly his duty. The enemy started screaming that this was a terrible excuse, then said that he would just destroy the wall and no one would dare to stand in his way. While the enemies began to surround the man, who thought about the fact that these enemies were all at least level 6 body reinforcement. At that time, the voice of the protagonist was heard, who couldn't believe that someone dared to touch his father. After that, a huge number of Feng's daggers instantly appeared near the enemy commander and instantly stabbed into the bodies of the opponents who didn't expect such a thing. The girl was shocked that someone could kill such masters so easily, while the protagonist began to approach the enemy, saying that whoever he was, he would destroy him. The protagonist stood next to his men and said that the enemy today would have to pay for such insolence with their lives. The girl couldn't believe that the protagonist was only at level 1 of body reinforcement, because he had just killed masters much stronger than himself so easily. The enemy started talking about the protagonist having too much of an opinion of himself, after he had only killed a few level 6 people while the commander himself was at level 8. The enemy started saying that he had only injured a few members of the Qin family and valued the damage at 1 gold, while he valued his killed allies at 10,000 gold. The protagonist was instantly in front of him and struck an incredibly strong blow with his fist. The enemy was shocked by what happened and was rapidly approaching the ground, while the protagonist began to say that for him the lives of these guys were worthless, and he had to get his hands dirty, which cost a lot more. The enemies were frightened by the way the hero easily struck a strong blow to their leader. The girl could not understand who the main character was, because he had just killed the commander of these guys with 1 blow, who was very strong. Suddenly there was an unknown enemy, who was surprised that Feng dared to kill his people. It turned out that it was a guild commander who had a 9th level of body fortification. He wondered if the hero and his men could withstand his rage. The protagonist was surprised at such words, whereupon he instantly started emitting pressure and asked how a weak faction dared to behave like this with the great Qin family. The enemy instantly went on the attack, not understanding how a weakling like the protagonist dared to threaten him. The enemy was right on top of the protagonist and was ready to make his attack, which he planned to instantly end the battle. The girl was worried because she thought that the protagonist just does not have a chance against such a strong man. Suddenly, the man's attack was instantly stopped. He instantly felt a strong pressure, from which he began to panic. While the old man gritted his teeth in anger, then with a single swing of his weapon he destroyed the enemy's weapon. Then the enemy instantly fell to the ground, while the old man began to complain about the fact that he had only stepped back for a moment, and this was already happening. The man was shocked that his opponent had defeated him so easily, while he looked at the old man and realized that he was definitely on the level of a great master. He was incredibly frightened as he realized that the old man was the legend of the Qin family, whereupon he instantly started apologizing and begging for his life while hitting his head on the ground. The old man was surprised that the man assumed that he had hit a minor family member, then explained that the protagonist was the Qin family man who was better off not being touched. The man was shocked that the young man was the legendary winner of the tournament, while the girl was also surprised that it was Feng. She now realized that the guild had attacked the wrong person. The man began to beg the protagonist for forgiveness, then said that Feng could kill all the members of his clan, but begged for his life. The protagonist ordered the man to gather his men and clear the protagonist's lands of beasts, and the commander instantly agreed. Then he was surprised that the Qin family was able to find a spiritual place in the misty forest. While the protagonist didn't understand such a reaction from the man was shocked that the Qin family was able to do what other great families couldn't do. The girl watched this and assumed that the Qin family was stronger than she thought of them. She jumped off her horse. Then she instantly turned to the protagonist, then began to ask to join the protagonist's group, while hoping that she wouldn't be killed. Feng agreed to take the girl, and said that as long as she had no evil intentions, he was willing to take her. After the girl started to say that her group was only on qi and blood, while the protagonist said that 90% of his team was also on qi and blood, she was shocked that they had managed to take over the spiritual lands. The girl was shocked that with the strength level of the team, the protagonist had managed to capture a spiritual place. The girl began to hug the protagonist and said that she would definitely be useful. 3 days had passed since then. The protagonist with a smile on his face said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and asked how the new squad was doing, and then the hero was told that the new squad was very wounded and the girl was now lying in a terrible state. While Feng didn't understand what had happened to them, while the man explained that it was all the work of the 5th group of the Situ family. It turned out that the girl's soldiers were staunchly defending their prey, which was why they had suffered from the Situ family group. It turns out that these freaks told the protagonist to give them the spiritual lands within 7 days. Otherwise they promised to take them by force. The young man was angry at the information he heard, because he assumed that Situ's family was just trying to take revenge. The young man said that the Situ family had a large number of strong masters and they could not resist them. The man started yelling that it would be really hard for them to resist the Situ family, because they had an old man, but he was too old for such battles. The boys were worried that they would have to give up their spiritual lands to the Situ family, and asked the hero what they should do. The girl also talked about how the Situ family was the largest clan, and they simply couldn't afford to fight them. While the protagonist with a nonchalant expression said that 7 days of training would be enough for him. Such words surprised the guys, as they didn't understand what their master was thinking. While the man clarified whether the hero was planning to hand over the spiritual lands to the enemies within 7 days. The protagonist began to say that 7 days would be enough for them to prepare the squad, after which they would fight the Situ family. Then the guy picked up the girl and said that they should not show their weakness, because in the future they will face other clans. The guys were shocked that the hero started to act so impulsively. At that time, Feng looked at his subordinates and asked if they doubted his decisions. After which the man instantly fell to his knees, after which they all said together that they believed the protagonist. The guys started talking about how they were tired of the pressure from the other clans and it was time for them to show their fangs, after which he wondered what they would do next. At that time, the main character put the girl on the bed. Then he with a serious expression began to say that it was time for the Qin family to finally show the other clans who was the king of the misty forest. Throughout the 7 days, the people of the city noticed the strange actions of the Qin family. They continued to bring materials from the misty forest, and from the outside it seemed that they did not take the words of the Situ clan seriously. Everyone thought that the Qin family was pretending not to care and thought that they would eventually give up the land anyway. But after 7 days, the Qin family didn't cry to their enemies, which shocked the enemy commander. Situ's group, who had waited a day before to voluntarily hand over the land at once, were incredibly angry and were preparing to take the land by force. The man shouted that the small Qin family dared to oppose their will. He called them brave. The man started shouting that they should destroy the entire Qin family and take the lands before the great master showed up. The man then ordered all of his soldiers to start attacking, and they instantly began to carry out the order. One of the men reported that there was no point in continuing the attack because he had seen the Qin family leave the spiritual lands, and then he began to show the commander what he had seen. It turned out that the Qin family had built huge fortifications in 7 days, and he assumed that the Qin family was hoping that they would be scared and retreat. The man started talking about how the cowards of the Qin family were still very afraid of them, while the subordinates behind his back were calling all of the main characters' family members trash. Then the man pointed to a tree covered with chains, and said that he had discovered a very strange thing that interested the man. He saw something huge chained to the tree and assumed that it might be some great treasure that the Qin family had failed to take with them, so he ordered all the family members to retrieve it. They immediately started to carry out the order with smiles on their faces, while the man was incredibly happy that he was able to get such a good land, as suddenly a scream was heard, which surprised the man very much. It turned out that in the chains was an incredibly creepy zombie monster, which looked at one of the men and drooled, while the guy did not understand how this monster was in this place. The monster instantly attacked the group of opponents, from which they flew into the air, and then fell to the ground, realizing that they did not notice that they had just fallen into the trap of the protagonist. The commander began to shout to all his soldiers to run as soon as possible. All together they began to run away from the terrible monster in a hurry, as suddenly the gate through which they had earlier passed closed, which shocked the enemies. They were very much frightened, because they were all trapped with an incredibly strong monster, which came closer and closer. Moments later, all the squad members were injured by this ferocious monster, while the protagonist stood on top. He watched with a smile as the enemies tried to escape from the monster, while being surprised that they actually dared to enter. The protagonist said that the enemies really didn't respect the Qin family, while the subordinate said with a happy look on his face that it was definitely all worth their effort. It turned out that the protagonist had specially chained the monster to the tree, and it would easily be able to destroy the mate rev at the body strengthening stage. The man asked how they would proceed, and assumed that they would let them exhaust themselves inside. The protagonist said that the rabbit is also able to bite if provoked, and added that one monster for the opponents will be very little. Then the gate immediately began to open, which pleased all the enemies of the protagonist, and they quickly began to run for the exit. The enemy smiled and shouted allies to run as soon as possible. Then he also began to rejoice that the zombie monster will not be able to catch up with them now. At that time, the protagonist began to smile and wondered if the enemies really believed that everything was over. The protagonist's squad jumped out from under the wall armed with bows, which surprised the man. The enemies were confident in their strength, because they believed that the protagonist without the old man is not capable of anything. The enemy rejoiced and was ready to start battles, because the weakest member of their squad had a level 3 body strength. The protagonist's squad was retreating from the enemies who were launching their fierce attacks, after which the protagonist prepared to shoot and ordered to open fire, after which the arrows instantly killed one of the enemy squad members. Feng's squad instantly disappeared into the forest, which surprised the man. He realized that the protagonist had begun to use a strategy where they concentrate their forces to kill one person from the Situ family squad, then hide in the forest. The hero's squad appeared again from nowhere, after which the hero shooting again ordered to attack. The result of the attack was the death of another enemy, which again surprised the man. He instantly began to pursue the squad of the protagonist, which instantly began to retreat. He was well aware that if the battle continues so they all one by one will die at the hands of the squad of the protagonist. He ordered the squad to pursue Feng and his squad, as they could not allow the battle to continue at this pace. The group began their pursuit. They were going to finish off the hero and his men as soon as possible. The man spotted Feng and his squad, and told his men to catch up with them as soon as possible. The man was smiling as he was sure that they would destroy the main hero. But suddenly Feng's men appeared behind them and prepared to shoot. It turned out that the enemies had just fallen into another trap of the main hero and were completely surrounded. Feng was surprised that the enemies were so stupid that they dared to chase after them knowing it was an ambush. The man shouted that the hero was right, for one should not overestimate the mental capacity of fools. While the enemy started laughing at the fact that the hero and his men thought that they had surrounded them, then said that Feng's squad only had a few body strength men, the rest were trash, he thought that they would definitely not be able to defeat them. While the people were ready to shoot, under the words that the hero's squad was actually surrounded. At that time, Feng asked the enemy not to look down on them, and asked him to try to attack. The protagonist ordered the men to split up into 5 people, then each group should pick one enemy and attack. The enemy laughed and talked about how attacks from people at the Qi and blood stage are like little jabs for them. The enemy ordered his men to destroy the troops of the protagonist, after which one of them was instantly killed by arrows fired by the guys, and after another moment 2 more members of the enemy squad were killed. And when the man came to his senses, his entire squad was completely destroyed and he went into the attack alone. He did not understand how the weaklings so easily managed to destroy his elite squad, while the protagonist was surprised that the enemy, even at the threshold of death, could not understand the simple truth. The protagonist smiled, for although many of his squad members were at the Qi and blood stage before, he had spent days creating medicines for perfection, and then all of the team members began to take the pills in huge quantities until they reached the body strengthening stage. It turned out that now the guys are really in the first stage of body enhancement. The protagonist was aiming at the enemy, thinking that they had enough to win even at the first level of the body strengthening stage, and then the arrow plunged into the enemy's body, which surprised him. It turned out that 2 more people from his squad had survived, and he was well aware that if he continued like this, he would simply die. He realized that he had no other choice, so he started screaming and begging to be saved. Suddenly people appeared near them, flying towards the ground and shouting that the guys were total trash. They landed and couldn't understand how their elite team had lost so easily to the Qin family's newcomers. Then one of the old men turned to the protagonist's squad and shouted that they had dishonored his clan, then instantly attacked, and the members of Feng's squad were injured while the protagonist himself was able to retreat. Feng knew that these old men were none other than the great masters of the Situ clan themselves, and it seems the hero was prepared for them to intervene in the battle. The man began to call the protagonist too cunning, and said that he had killed all the members of his squad and begged the masters to deal with the hero. The old men began to say that initially they didn't want to interfere in the battle of the young men, but since the events had turned out that way, they were going to destroy everyone. The enemy instantly appeared in front of the protagonist, and with the words that the young man who became the strongest in the tournament will die now. The protagonist reacted when the palm of the enemy was already near his face. The enemy was just incredibly fast. Suddenly an old man stepped in for the protagonist, who easily blocked the enemy's attack. After that, he began to look at these people with disdain. The protagonist grabbed the old man and began to say that he did not worry, because he was fine. The enemies were amazed that the old man was so weak, and he used to be a legend. They began to say that the old man used to be an incredible master, but after the incident with the Yi family, after saying that, one of the enemies immediately jumped up and said that the old man's life and strength were definitely running out. The old man silently entered the battle with the enemy, sweating at the same time. The enemy began to launch a series of attacks, saying that the old man was once considered invincible. Then he prepared to deliver a decisive blow, saying that this time the old man would die. The enemies watched and cheered for their master, while the allies begged their old man to be careful. While the old man himself made a serious expression, after which he instantly made a burp with all his might, making gusts of air visible. After which he began to smile and asked what the enemy had just said, after which he instantly attacked and wounded his opponent. The enemy started screaming in pain, after which he typed into a tree at a tremendous speed, losing consciousness. The enemies couldn't believe what they saw, as the great master had just died. They were surprised that the old man's power had been restored. They decided to attack together so that their chance of victory would be at least a little higher. While the old man started complaining that he had been overeating lately, blaming it on the protagonist, then his hands began to fill with aura, and he said that the lost power had returned. The old man then attacked the enemies with incredible speed, saying that he was still not used to his power. A moment later, the enemies were scattered by the incredibly strong punch of this old man. The old man was a level 6 Grand Master, and spoke of how he was finally able to regain his full strength. The protagonist, on the other hand, promised that he would definitely not let the old man overeat next time. The man couldn't believe that the old man from the Qin family was able to regain his strength, because just a moment ago he was just suffocating. The protagonist began to give the old man a huge amount of pills to restore his strength, because he knew that the masters of the family would definitely intervene in the battle. The enemy fell to his knees, then began to say that they were not going to steal the spiritual lands and swore that they had a small grudge with the protagonist. The protagonist decided to have a one-on-one duel with the man to the death. The man was incredibly excited about this opportunity. He thought he could easily defeat the protagonist. The girl didn't understand why Feng would fight because his opponent had a level 9 body fortification, while the hero asked her not to worry. The enemy was confident of his victory. He thought the hero was too arrogant and thought that he would finish the battle in an instant. The enemy prepared to attack and shouted that it was time for them to start the battle. Then the enemy began to make a series of attacks, from which the hero easily dodged. The girls were worried about their lord, while the enemy rejoiced, because he thought that soon the duel will be over. At that time, the man was not worried about the protagonist. Suddenly the enemy's face turned pale. He did not understand how this could happen, because all this time he was fighting just a shadow of the protagonist, who looked at his opponent with a smile on his face. Feng said that he was training on the enemy to fully internalize the shadow style. The enemy didn't understand how the hero, who was only at the first level of body hardening, could let him play with him, who was at the peak of this stage. The man realized that at this rate, he would definitely lose to the protagonist, and then he asked if the hero could fight him in a fair fight, while strange symbols began to appear on his legs. Feng agreed to fight without the shadow technique, while the enemy instantly attacked the protagonist with his sword and Feng began to block the attack. The allies began to worry about their master again, while the enemy said that Feng had underestimated him and explained that his survival was no accident. It turns out this man's secret technique is the energy arts of the dead. He said that he had used the energy of his squad's bodies before, but now he was using the energy of the bodies of great masters. The enemy was smiling and shouting that he had just reached the first step of a great master. The protagonist tried to block the enemy's furious attacks. The hero's allies began to ask the old man for help, because at this rate, Feng would simply lose. The old man sat down on the ground and told the guys not to worry so much about the protagonist, and the old man explained that Feng was putting his life in danger on purpose. The enemy continued to fiercely attack the protagonist, who with each attack retreated back. Suddenly Feng's body was covered with cuts. The enemy was still able to break through the defense of the guy, after which the eye of the protagonist began to glow bright cross-color, after which Feng easily broke the blade of his opponent, who did not understand what was happening. Feng began to look at his opponent with contempt in his eyes, and did not understand why the enemy decided that he was worthy of defeating him in battle. Then the hero instantly attacked the enemy's face with his fist, which shocked all the allies, while the old man realized that the protagonist has some secret power. The old man began to tell that the hero awakens this power only on the verge of death, and that is the reason why he exposes himself to such risks in battles. While the protagonist stood with his head proudly raised and emitted a monstrous aura, the enemy couldn't believe that Feng was using him as a puppet for training, and even more, he couldn't understand how a hero who was at the first level of body strengthening could defeat him, who had become a great master. The enemy instantly drew his dagger and then launched a fierce attack, planning to finish off the hero using all his strength. While Feng clenched his teeth, he asked the enemy with an incredibly furious expression why he was still kneeling at the sight of him. Suddenly, the enemy stopped controlling his body and knelt down in front of the protagonist, not understanding what was happening now. He didn't understand why he felt such a huge fear from a few words of the protagonist. While Feng stood over the enemy, it seemed that the hero was the size of a mountain and emitted a terrible aura. The enemy started yelling that he was surrendering, then started threatening that Feng couldn't just kill him. The protagonist instantly grabbed the man's throat, causing him to cough, after which Feng said with a fierce expression that all enemies must die, then instantly slammed the enemy to the ground. While the people of the Situ family were shocked that their commander died so easily, after which the hero instantly defeated every single enemy in the place. Feng was left standing over the corpses of all his enemies, who moments ago were confident of their victory. The allies were also shocked by the protagonist's strength, for he had just defeated the Situ family's elite force in an instant. The protagonist ordered that information about the destruction of the Situ family's unit be spread today. The protagonist ordered that everyone who dared to become opponents of the Qin family would end up like the Situ family unit. All the subordinates bowed and said that they would follow the order, while the old man smiled and called the protagonist the true power of their Qin family. The protagonist began to understand his power a little. It appears at the moment when he is on the verge of life and death, as well as emits an incredibly terrible aura that frightens the enemy. The protagonist began to walk away from the scene of the battle, while thinking about the fact that while using the power, he feels like a completely different person. A month later, the information that the protagonist and his squad defeated the Situ family's squad stunned everyone. People could not believe that this could actually happen. While the head of the Situ family hit the table, he was incredibly angry because their shame is known literally all over the country. Previously, many people in the city did not respect the Qin family group. A man was drinking and noticed that someone was approaching. After what happened, everyone began to respect the Qin family. Because they were real beasts, people were afraid to behave recklessly in front of the Qin family members. At that time, in another place, a girl began to tell that they had become famous throughout the country because of the case of the destruction of the Situ family squad. Everyone rejoiced at this news while eating lunch at the same table. The girl also said that there were other events that were worth knowing, but she also said that they had nothing to do with them. The protagonist asked the girl to tell, while pouring soup for his subordinate. It turns out that the Imperial Yi family has committed a coup against the palace of Yuyao, which shocked the protagonist, so he began to spill soup directly on the hand of the subordinate under the words of the girl that the palace now belongs to the Yi family. The servant started screaming in pain and didn't understand why the protagonist was doing such a thing, while Feng thought deeply. The protagonist was surprised that the events that were supposed to happen 20 years later happened so early. The protagonist seemed to be worried about one girl. A few days had passed since then, and the Qin family was about to seal their spiritual lands. The protagonist was surprised that the herbs were growing too fast, and for this reason they had to be sold. A servant told the protagonist that an alchemist would be arriving soon to buy elixirs, which made Feng happy, because they finally had a customer. The man began to talk about how an elder of the Batesaman clan had arrived, as he had heard that the hero had low prices for pills. The elder started talking about how it was a poor and incredibly shabby place. While the protagonist was shocked after noticing one person, it turned out to be a very cute girl who was standing behind the elder. The protagonist froze in place while the man didn't understand why the guy was silent. The protagonist asked the customer what kind of pills he needed. He said he needed pills to stop bleeding. The protagonist said he didn't have any such pills, which surprised people. The elder began to complain to the man that this was definitely not the good store he had been advertised. While the protagonist asked the old man not to worry, and said he was ready to show the other pills. The protagonist presented the elixir of life force, while the elder was shocked that it was something so good. The old man was well aware that these pills were much more powerful than what he wanted. He asked why the protagonist didn't make first-class pills. Feng explained that they didn't want to collect first-grade herbs. After all, they even had an abundance of second-grade herbs. The old man looked at the pills, he thought the quality was better, and decided that he could definitely bargain for them. Thank you so much for watching the video to the end. If you like it a little bit and you appreciate that I publish videos every day, then write something in the comments, put a like, and subscribe to the channel, and I will continue to try to please you with videos every day. Thanks again for your support. Good luck to everyone. See you soon.